Hi dear friends and welcome to my YouTube channel. Well, my name is Njat and here is your 6-hour IELTS crash course. Enjoy it. Hi and welcome to our YouTube channel. In this very long course, we will cover IELTS. We will cover its main points. We will cover its tips, vocabulary, grammar, almost everything you need to succeed during your exam. Well, first of all, of course, we need to know that IELTS is jointly managed by the British Council, IDP IELTS Australia, and Cambridge University. IELTS has two types. And one type is called academic IELTS, which is for candidates who aim to study abroad, continue their academic professions and start their academic studies abroad, short term or long term. And general training is for those who want to work or migrate to countries such as Australia, Canada, and so on. And there are some specific migration programs that accept students with general training IELTS results. So, before starting your IELTS preparation, please identify your purpose, identify why you are planning to take this test, okay? Now let's turn to the structure of IELTS. Well, we need to know that IELTS consists of 4 sections. And they are listening, they are reading, writing, and speaking. The listening part consists of 4 parts. In general, there are 40 questions. They are now called items. And you will need to spend approximately 30 minutes while listening to it. And while listening, you will need to write your answers to the answer sheet, or you will be required to fill in the answers if you take a computer-delivered IELTS. Okay? Test format. The testing format will be discussed a bit after this. Okay? Reading and writing are different. If listening is similar to general and academic IELTS students, for reading and writing, they are a bit different. For academic reading, you will have 3 academic passages and 40 questions in total. So it means that for one passage, for one section, you will have around 13 questions or 14 questions. For general training IELTS, you won't have academic passages in the first and second sections. Only at the end, you will have one academic passage. Other passages will be different. They will be like some advertisements or some announcements or some short texts, memos, and something letters, instructions, rules, and something like this. Okay? Well, and writing part is also different. Of course, it consists of 2 tasks. For academic IELTS, you will have 1 chart and 1 essay that you will need to write. And for general training IELTS, you will have 1 letter instead of the chart and 1 writing task 2 essay to write. Okay? Writing task 1 for academic is a chart, a table, a diagram, a line graph, a bar graph, something like this. But for general training IELTS, it's a letter. And for both of them, writing task 2 is an essay. Okay? The speaking part is the final part, and it is separate from listening, reading, and writing. For if you take your written exam, which consists of listening, reading, and writing, it is conducted on a separate day. You have an oral exam, which is a speaking exam. It is conducted on the other day, or maybe during the same day, but just later on or before the exam, okay? So, for the speaking test, you will have 3 sections. Section 1 which will consist of general questions about you, your interests. Section 2, during which you will discuss some topic, one topic. You'll have 1 minute to prepare and 2 minutes to speak. And during the part 3, you will be required to discuss what you are going to discuss some interesting questions, general specific questions regarding the topic in part 2. We will talk about it more deeply when we reach speaking. In total, the exam consists of 2 hours and 44 minutes. For the speaking part, you have 11 to 14 minutes. For the rest, you have to spend 2 hours and 30 minutes, not including the time for registration. You need to come earlier to the testing center to register and to bring your ID card to prove your identity. It is very important. For some testing centers, it is mandatory to bring COVID-19 passports. Okay? So please read instructions carefully before going to your testing center. Now let's analyze each section. So, by the way, IELTS is measured according to the 9-point scale system. So 9 is a top score and 0 is nothing, like you skip the test, you didn't attempt it. Normally the average score is considered to be 6.5, 7, 7.5. They are perfect. General 7 is good. But depending on your requirements, you may need a higher band, let's say 8 and 7 in all sections, something like this. So for migration programs, for example, in many cases you need 8 or 8.5 in listening, and for the rest you need 7 or 7.5. So it's specifically restricted to the program you're going to apply. Okay, well, it is very important to know that IELTS is now held in 2 different ways. It's IELTS on paper and IELTS on computer. If you are used to working with computers and you do everything using your laptops, tablets, and so on, the best thing for you would be to choose IELTS computer delivered IELTS. But if you are used to writing everything on paper, doing everything with books and so on, so you like the book stuff, let's say, in this case it would be better for you to take IELTS on paper. Well, remember that speaking doesn't change. Speaking will be the same. It will be face to face with your examiner, or in some cases it will be the video in the format of the video interview. If some testing centers don't have speaking examiners, they use this. And there will be a new opportunity similar to IELTS indicator. It will be IELTS at home. It will soon be released, and it will be like GRE, GMAT exams, and you'll be able to take the IELTS test, a proctored, of course, test at home. So a proctored test means that you will be able to do the test, and someone will review you. Someone will monitor your activity on the screen, your room, your environment, whether anyone helps you, and whether you cheat or not. Okay. Now, after this introduction, I believe it will be great to turn to sections. And now let's turn to listening. So as you remember, listening consists of 4 parts. There is no example, but the benefit of listening is that you will listen and answer questions. You will see questions. You will see the question booklet while listening to the audio. It's a great benefit compared in IELTS, compared with TOEFL, when you listen to the recording and then you are able to see questions first of all, and you answer them. So first listen and then answer. But during the IELTS test, you will listen and answer your questions at the same time. It's great, and you will have time to review questions. Approximately in the introduction part, they will give you around 1 minute. They will introduce the recording. Then they will turn on the part 1, and you will be able to you will have 30 minutes to look through questions from 1 to 5, let's say. And remember, in each part there will be the pause. So look at the question from 1 to 5, from 6 to 10, or from 1 to 4, let's say 5 to 10, and so on. Only in the fourth part it will be different. Well, in the first part of the listening test, you will be required to listen to the recording, which is the conversation between two people. It is like filling in the form, the questionnaire, let's say the form questionnaire, and you will see some information, personal information of about a person, a place, and so on. Yeah, I've turned on the battery because it was about to die, so sorry about that. Well, now we're turning to the specific part, so part 1. Let's analyze it. So first of all, you need to read the instruction. Write one word and or a number. So this means that you can write, let's say, one word or a number. Let me write like this. So you need to see it. Sorry. My apologies for the pause. So, for example, you will be able to see, let's say, one word. Let's say first, let's say June. So you see, the one is a number, June is a verb, for example. Okay. So, and my apologies. Well, and generally you need to be careful with this instruction because it may help you, it may significantly help you reduce time that you will spend reviewing your article, your question. And you need to do what? You need to analyze what you need to fill in. For example, beach. Make sure the beach doesn't have something on it. So you need to find that the beach doesn't include something, or the beach doesn't experience something. No something. For example, no smoking, for example. Okay. So you need to review questions and try to guess approximate answers. It is very important. And remember that in the listening part, the order of questions will always be followed. So the recording will start with 1, then 2, then talk about reserve, nature reserve. It will talk about path. It will talk about boxes. It will talk about next task. So the order will be followed. So just you need to be very careful in order not to miss this recording. Okay, let me. Yeah, it seems the rubber doesn't want to work here. Okay, no problem. I just wanted to rub it in. Okay. Well, secondly, it is very important to pay attention to this beach, for example, to the beach, for example, to the names, specific parts. So it talks about beach, it talks about nature reserve, it's about regular activities, they are divided into beach and nature reserve. It talks about forthcoming events, and it's about Saturday or woodwork session. So they will help you identify very important points. So and they will help you navigate throughout the recording. So we'll first talk about beach, then we'll turn to nature reserve, and so on. Secondly, pay attention to some specific points with numbers. The format of numbers in IELTS listening is very, very, very important. For example, if we talk about dates, we can write like 1st June. It doesn't violate our instructions, one word and a number. We can also write like this. It may be 106, let's say. Okay. So. Oh my God. Okay. Well. Let's say we can write like this. Let me select this color. Okay. Okay. Well, so this is the, for example, 1 6, okay, or 6 1, okay, the American, the British ways of writing. Or we can write like this: June, for example, 6. All of them are okay. Okay. Well, now turning to the next part, I can also mention about date of birth, which is not mentioned here, but it's very important. Well, the problem with date of birth is that if the instruction gives you one word and or a number, you may say, okay, let's consider I have the date of birth, let's say 5 June 2020, let's say. So if I write like this, 5 June 2020, it will be 2 numbers and 1 word, which rule violates our structure. So that's why, what should I do here in this case? In this case, for example, 6 June 2020, right? So you can write like this. You can write just 6 June because it won't violate, or you can write 6/6 2020. Okay. So in case the date is a bit different, so we can write month, day, and year, or year, day, and month, because you know, the date is considered as one word. You know, it's very important to consider this. About symbols, it's very important to know about symbols. You can see symbols. For example, it says 10 pounds sterling. Let's say it's a symbol of pound sterling. So GBP. Well, if you see this, you don't need to write pound sterling, because you just simply need to write 100. Let's say, or sorry, 10. Okay, but if you don't see the sign, you can put it before your 10, or write 10 pounds sterling, but it will be a bit long. That's why I don't recommend that you write. It's better to put the symbol rather than writing it. However, it's not the case with many situations, to be honest. Okay, well, this is the first thing that I wanted to talk about in the listening section. Part 1. Let's now turn to the next part, part 2, and you can see that it consists of listening multiple choice questions, the maximum number of people. So you can see that there are 4 questions, 4 multiple choice questions in the part 2, and in the second part we can see double questions. Okay, great. So first of all, we will listen to questions 11 to 14 after part 1. We will turn to part 2. You will have around 30 seconds, sorry, to listen to this question, listen to this recording and answer questions from 11 to 14. Remember, they will also come according to order. They won't, let's say, come spontaneously. So he won't talk first about 11, then 13, then 12, then 14. No. 11, then 12, then 13, then 14. Don't worry. Just the thing that you need to do is to highlight keywords. Okay, so what is the maximum number of people who can stand on each side of the boat? Okay, each side of the boat. What color of tour boats? Okay, which lunchbox is suitable for don't eat meat? We talk about lunchbox and don't eat meat and fish. Okay, what should people do with their litter? So litter, do. Okay, people do. Okay, well, you highlight keywords and particularly pay attention to questions with long answers, like take it home. So home, take it, hand it to the member of staff, put it to the bins provided to the boat. Okay, bins. It's safe receptacles and something like this. Well, great. We have highlighted keywords here, and now we need to turn to what? We need to turn to a very important point. While listening, we need to be careful because there are distraction signals and distraction points in the listening recording. Okay, what is it? For example, it will start with the first question. Let's say, what is the maximum number of people who can stand on each side of the boat? Right? Well, it will tell like this. In the past, the maximum number of people who could stand on each side of the boat was 9, but we have recently doubled it. However, now the restriction says that it will be nice to have maximum 15 people. So, you see, first it was 9. Then it turned out to double. It was 18. But now restrictions say that the best maximum number would be 15. So 9 and 18 aren't perfect choices here, okay? So in each side of the boat, we need to have 15 people, for example. The problem is this, with these multiple choice questions is also with understanding them. For example, pay attention to question number 14. What should people do with their litter? So, while listening to this question, you need to be careful. People do with their litter. For example, the recording may say, you don't need to put the don't worry because your litter will be handed out by our staff and put in the bins and some trash receptacles and something like this. So don't think that the answer is C because it will be done not by people themselves. It will be done by the staff. So C is not correct. Okay, and for example, it will say, and if it is possible, hand it to them. And they will do it themselves. So they will either put it into the bins or take it home if it can be recycled. So we need to give it to staff members and they will decide. We need to hand it to. And remember, correct answers are paraphrased. So it will probably say like this. Give it to our community workers. So community workers, members of staff, okay? Give it to, hand it to, okay? The correct answers are paraphrased, but the incorrect answers will be repeated. Like they will either take it home, so don't think that the answer is take it home because it says people, okay? It's very important to consider this. Well, this is for the part 2 multiple choice questions. Now let's turn to double questions. Well, here you can see 2 letters, choosing 2 answers out of 5. If in the previous multiple choice questions we had 3 options and chose only 1, here we need to choose 2 options. And remember, the benefit of these questions is that if you choose only one of them correctly and one incorrectly, they will consider that one correctly and the other one incorrectly. For example, if the answer is BD and you chose BC, they will consider B as correct, but C will be of course incorrect because the correct answer is D. Okay, So for this question, you need to be careful and highlight again the questions of what two features of the lighthouse does Lou mention? Lou mention, okay? It's very important. For example, Lou may start like this. We don't know the exact time when it was set up, let's say. So it means that Lou doesn't know when it was built. So why it was built, the reason why it was built, or what forced people to build or spur people to, let's say, build it. But let's say we know that it was done by, let's say, the Mesopotamian tribe, let's say. So okay, we know who built it. Okay, so the correct answer will not be paraphrased and won't be exactly mentioned. That Lou would say that, but we know who built it. So don't think like this. Okay, they aren't that simple. You need to quickly review question answers, possible answers. And see what can be, who staffed it, what it was built with. So it was built with, let's say, the temple, let's say, how long it took to build. Let's say if you know the duration, it lasted 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, and something like this. Okay. And also you need to be careful with the second and third questions. Okay, which two type of, because don't over focus on the first one and ignore second and third one, because especially pay attention to 19 and 20. Here answers are very long, so you need to highlight key points in each answer as well. So for example, if in 17, 12, or 18 you can simply eliminate the answer, for example, which two types of creature might come close to the boat, for example. Okay, right. They come close to the boat. It says we can see, let's say, dolphins, whales, penguins, let's say, but neither of them comes close to us, with the exception of the latter ones. So latter one was penguins, okay, because penguins are very nice and something like this, so you choose this. Also, the similar feature can be seen by seagulls, so similar feature can be seen by seagulls, so you highlight it as well. Well, for 19 and 12, 20, as I said, you need to carefully underline each of these all possible options. It is very important. So for A, for example, our tourist boats can visit, only large tourist boats can visit them. The entrance to them are often blocked, entrance blocked. Too dangerous for individual to go near. So is it very dangerous, very risky? For example, it may say about cave that, yeah, they may be dangerous for some, but in general there is nothing to be afraid of, because there are some safety precautions that have been recently taken, and so on and so on. Okay, and someone will explain what is inside them. Someone explain inside. Okay, and they cannot be reached on foot. On foot, not be. Okay, just underline them, and it will significantly ease the process of working with multiple choice questions. It is very significant to do this. Very important. Okay, that's this, that's this, that's this. Okay, now let's turn to part 3. And here you can see the nightmare of many students, many multiple choice questions with long answers. Generally, multiple choice questions aren't that difficult. If you carefully read questions, underline keywords, and listen carefully, it won't be difficult. Just you need to be careful with distractions. Okay, for example, especially in part 2, there is a description by one person. Let's say in part 2, Lou, someone called Lou, discussed what happened, discussed some place or something like this. In the part 3, we generally see the conversation between university students, or university students' conversation with their professor. Okay, and you need to be careful here, because for example, both someone and someone agree, so it means that they should agree. For example, if Diana says that, let's say, initial contact with suitable farms is important, but Tim says, well, no, I think it's much time to go there. It would be better to, let's say, it would be better to find a suitable transport or a good bus that would go to and from a farm, that would travel to and from the farm. So it is very important. And then if Diana agrees, yes, you're right. So it means that they both agree with this. But the problem here is that we don't talk about agreement, we talk about the problem. For example, Tim says, I had a problem with making contact, let's say contacting farmers, calling them because they didn't respond. Diana says, no, yeah, I understand, but I use their, let's say, email addresses, but what I found difficult is to find a suitable bus to go to this area. Tim says, yeah, I also had this problem. Yeah, I also noticed that. It means that they both agree on this, okay? So Tim was pleased to be able to help, and he may explain that he, let's say, helped a lamb, a sheep, or a newly born lamb. But you need to be careful when he's pleased, when he's satisfied with what he did, or overjoyed, he's happy. For example, he may say that, yeah, I help different animals, like I found, let's say, some sheep, some lambs, and so on. But especially, it was very pleasing for me. It was a very happy moment for me when I helped a newly born baby lamb, let's say, because there was a problem with milk. They couldn't feed on their mother, so we, let's say, separated it, and so on. Okay, so be careful, because the moment of being pleased is very crucial here. Don't forget about the order of questions. So that's why listen carefully in this context. And what is important in this exercise is to highlight questions very carefully, because if you hear Diana talking about sheep on her farm, it means that you have skipped 22. But don't panic. Just try to make notes what Tim has already said and focus on Diana, okay? At least it is better to skip one question rather than being dissatisfied with your result and continuing skipping questions again and again. So in this case, if you ignore 22, or at least make some notes and make some predictions regarding 22, you will have time to focus on 23, 24, 25, 26, and won't lose much. If you answer one question incorrectly, you won't lose any significant score. But if you don't answer 5 questions or answer them incorrectly, you will lose 5 points, and it means that you will get not 9, you will get 8. So I will tell you the approximate scoring system in IELTS at the end of the listening test. Well, it's important to pay attention to what happened when was working with their cows. So here in this case, you need to be careful what happened at that moment, okay? So for example, she might tell that I was afraid that I would identify some cows incorrectly, or I thought that maybe I will store milk incorrectly, that's why I asked many questions. But what really happened, what occurred was that I threw some milk, I poured it out, let's say, I thought that it wasn't necessary, and that's why the answer is B, okay? She may say that what she expected and what happened, okay? What she had expected, and what happened, okay? So be careful with this moment, it's very important. Well, for 26, here you can see what did both farmers mention about wets and farming. Well, here it is very important that both farmers, like Diana and Tim here, because they are veterinary science students, so you see this from the beginning, so they go to get some work experience. It's very important to read the question beginning because you have some understanding of who you are listening to. Okay, it is very important. What did both farmers mention about vets and farming? Well, here you see that the answers are very long and they are almost sentences. They're literal sentences actually. And both farmers mentioned highlight keywords. Some jobs can be done by the farmer rather than by a vet. There need to be a fundamental change, training, and vets are failing to cope with animal health aspects. So, for example, a team may say that I expected that, let's say some jobs could be done by a farmer and not by veterinary science people or people from our domain. But Diana might say, yeah, but I think today we have problems with animal health, and veterinary science students, whereas veterinary science students, we still need to develop this, develop our knowledge. We need to know about possible diseases and something like this. So, if team agrees with Diana, it means that the answer is A again. Okay, be careful with this. Now, what I done? Let's do like this. Okay. Well, and a very interesting question type is boxes. Well, what are boxes? Boxes are possible opinions, options that you need to choose and write your answers for suitable points, or suitable questions. So, for example, for medical terminology, you would choose A. For diet and nutrition, you would choose E. For animal disease, you would choose C. And for certain F. But the problem is that you need to listen carefully because the recording will tell you what to expect. Okay, one by one, it's to your benefit actually. But secondly, you need to be very careful because here you need to listen to maximum paraphrases. So that's why don't focus on this part. Of course, you will need it when listening to orders. So first we talk about medical terminology. Okay, let's look what it says. But you need to review this ones. Okay, so Tim found this easier than expected. So I thought it would be hard, but it was much easier. It was super simple, something like this. Tim thought this wasn't clearly organized. So, not good organized, or organization, structure, something like this. Write possible phrase here. Simple, expected difficult, let's say bad structure. Diana may do some further study on this, some extra study. So if Diana thinks that she needs extra study on this, okay. And Diana, so she needs to, let's say, maybe Tim will offer and Diana will say, yeah. They both found the reading required for this was difficult. Reading, and both found, okay? So if Tim says, yeah, it was very difficult reading, the reading was very difficult, and if Diana disagrees, so we can't choose the answer. And E, Tim was shocked at something he learned on this module, okay. So he was shocked. Literal shock, learn. So he learned. So it was very amazing. I was surprised. I was astonished. I didn't expect to have this. Be careful. A and E shouldn't be confused here because in A we talk about simplicity. It is not complicated. But in E, Tim is shocked. He's surprised. Why we have this? And in F, they were both surprised how little is known. So both again surprised, but here we talk about little is known about some aspects of this. So we need to expect something that it's strange that our knowledge is limited. So they need to show surprise and limitation of knowledge on this aspect. Okay, as you see, oh, again, I made this mistake. I'm so sorry for my faults. I don't want to criticize myself too much, but sometimes this happens. So you can notice that in every section we have two separate parts, let's say subparts, and for each of them there will be a pause. So listen, you have 30 seconds to listen to look at the questions 21 to 26, and then you will listen to the recording after 30 seconds and answer questions. Again, for 27 to 30 you will also have time to review questions, 30 seconds around, something like this, and then you will answer them. Okay, but for the part 4 you won't have this. You will have no pause, literally no pause, just only slight 10-second pause in the middle. I will tell you where approximately it can be. But you will need to review 10 questions, all of these 10 questions, but they will give you more time, of course, to review. It will be around 45 seconds, 45 to 50 seconds, maximum 1 minute. So what do I suggest? I would suggest that you review listening questions even before the beginning of listening. It is possible. When it says now turn to part 1, you can switch to part 3, for example, part 4, quickly review something or underline something, because for part 1 you don't need much to underline, to be honest. So there will be around extra 30 seconds for the part 1 in the beginning, so you'll be able to come to the fourth and third sections and underline at least some of them, some keywords of them, so that you will economize your time. You can manage some time for listening. Okay, now you see one word only, fill in the gaps. It is good that it is one word only, and it says about labyrinth, so we'll talk about labyrinth. And we see the definition, you see the clear division. It is very good, it will help you. So in definition we don't need to listen carefully, we need to start listening carefully as soon as it starts to talk about the comparison of labyrinth with mazes. Okay, and when it starts talking about mazes, we need to listen here carefully. Again, you need to find the prediction. For example, mazes are a type of something. For example, puzzle. Here we need to write a noun, probably a singular, countable noun. Something you need to navigate through a maze. So let's say glass, let's say, is needed, or button, let's say, is needed, for example, or let's say some apparatus, let's say, is needed. Well, you need to predict the type of a word that you will expect in each of these gaps. It is very important. And in 33, the word maze is derived from a word meaning a feeling of. So a feeling of love, a feeling of, so it is very important to identify what type of expectation you are going to see. So, okay, for 34, again, something and prayer, they are frequently being used in, let's say, song, let's say, and prayer, let's say. Okay, then you see early example of labyrinth, spiral. Okay, ancient carvings on something, on some maybe caves or maybe walls have been found across many cultures. Okay, then Pima, listen to Pima, and then turn to ancient Greeks. Use the symbol on something. Okay, then we talk about walking labyrinth. We switch to it, and you see had a big. So we expect something singular and a noun. Be careful with long sentences. You see, believed to have a beneficial impact on mental and physical health. For example, walking a maze can reduce a person's something. And by the way, pay attention to the word nowadays. And by the way, fill in the gaps in the section 4. Generally listening makes a pause somewhere closer to the end. Somewhere here there will be a pause for 10 seconds. They will stop. Don't be afraid. Many students panic. Oh my god, I missed 3 questions. No, you haven't missed anything. It's just the strategy of filling the gaps in the 4th section to make some short pauses, and generally in part 4 in general. Okay, well, okay, so we can see, so a person's some rate, let's say blood rate, or I don't know, sugar rate, and something like this. Oh well, let me wipe it out in order for you not to be irritated by this. Okay, and you can see here for popular with patients, visitors, and staff in hospitals, 39 and 40. You see, patient can walk, can use finger labyrinths made from something, so some element, so let's say wood or steel, let's say. Suffers less, let's say, experience less fatigue, for example, or something like this, so probably some disease. Okay, always be careful with gaps, especially at the end of sentences. For example, in 37, it says the largest surviving example of turf labyrinth once had a big something at its center. So it may start in a bit different way. It may give you the answer in the very beginning. For example, heart in the central part of this, let's say, in the central part of the figure was one of the biggest examples. Okay, and you need to be very careful, because while hearing walking labyrinth, you need to be it will now talk about it, and be careful. If you see that the gap is at the end, don't expect that it will tell you the correct answer at the end of this exercise, of the sentence. No, it may give you vice versa. It may give vice versa. Heart in the heart of, let's say, something is placed in the heart of it, and it is one of the largest surviving examples. Okay, so that's it for listening. We're almost done with listening. Remember that during the paper-based IELTS, you will have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet. In the computer-delivered IELTS, you don't need extra time. You will have 2 to 3 minutes to review answers, because all you do is typing, and you type exactly in the box of the answer, and you don't need to transfer from one place to another. Yeah, of course, you will provide with a sheet of paper and a pencil to make some notes, maybe for multiple choice questions or for box exercises, something like that, but don't be afraid of it. By the way, I promised to talk about, let's say, I promised to talk about scoring, but let me also show you maps, because I promised to show all types of exercises. And let me show maps. If I find one, it'd be great. Let me do like this. No, in test 3 there is nothing about maps. And test 4, there is nothing as well. Okay, let's do like this. Let me show you something from my material, so that I want you to see everything on one file, and in one video. Let me, yeah, I show you all of my folders right now. Let me show it here. Yeah, should be here. Well, yeah, well, maps are very important types of exercises that you may see on your exam, and what you need to do is to carefully analyze them. Normally maps are given during the second part of the listening test, and general questions 16 to 20 or 11 to 15. Okay, there are two types of maps: either the map of a place, which is the most common type, or the map of the building. Inside the building, I'll show it as well. So you see there are different parts: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, F, and you need to identify which is situated where. For example, D is in front of chemists, opposite to the supermarket. B is in front of the library, close to, but not close to, the intersection of High Street and Station Road. So exactly on the intersection is A. Okay, E is, for example, when is after you pass supermarket and almost reach the school road. Okay, you see E. Or when you go from High Street and turn to the school right to the left, it is first on your right, so it is H, because when you turn from this place here on the right, you will see H first. If you turn left, sorry, on the right, you will see this place. If you reach from this place and turn right from High Street to the school road, the first object on your left will be supermarket. Okay, because just try to navigate yourself. Imagine that you go through the street and turn right, and you will see on the left will be the supermarket. Okay, and when you go past school, the opposite to the school road is G, and when you go past school and go up through the let's say school road, you will see F object. Okay, so you need to analyze them and see how important they are for IELTS listening. Okay, well, for by the way, also note that let's say if we talk about two objects, B is in the center, let's say, and A is to the north of B. C is to the east of B. Okay, be careful with this. Be careful with the starting point. It is very important to know the starting point. Second type of maps that you can see is maps with buildings. So, for example, there's the entrance, the waiting area, reception, main hall. So from the waiting area, you can go to the reception, to the main hall, and when you go from the waiting area to the reception, until you reach reception, you can see the sports center on your left, E on your right. First on your right is E, second on your right is F, first on your left is sports center, second on your left is cafe, and so on. Okay, well, entrances, directions, starting point, objects, and so on. So they are all important. You need to consider this, and also some objects may be surrounded by trees, buildings, or you may pass the bridge, pass the office, pass by some office, and you will find its location as well. Now, so I hope that you have understood maps. Let me explain the scoring system in general. So there is no exact scoring system, but if you write 40 questions and 39 in some questions, when tests are very difficult, it will be 9. If you write around 35 questions, in some 35, 36, in some cases even 34, it will be 8. For 7, you need to write at least 30 questions. Okay. So, for example, if you write 33, it will probably be 7.5. In some cases, it may be 32, and it will be equal to 7.5. In some cases, it may be 33, it may be 7.5. Okay. If you write in general for 6 you need to write in general 22. Correct. Okay, so it means that if you write like 22 23, it will be 6. Okay, in some cases it's written that it is 23, to be honest, but in general, in some tests, depending on their difficulty level, it's 22. Okay, Cambridge doesn't give the exact scoring system. They will give you just general scoring, and it's really true like this, because test scoring is identified for specific test depending on the results of students. Okay, they of course accept average results. For example, if they expect that 22 is the average score for 6, so but if more people write 21, so the average is closer to 21, they may even choose it to write 6 for 21. Okay, because of course they very careful assess the level of preparation, but still it is very important. And now, sources for developing your listening skills. First of all, you need to practice listening, Cambridge listenings. But I would also recommend that you watch TV series for upper intermediate and advanced levels of preparation. For example, it may be The Theory of Big Bang, How I Met Your Mother, these types of, let's say, TV series. You can also watch different YouTube channels for English preparation, because it will be useful in both terms. Like, you'll kill 2 rabbits with one shot. So you will listen to English explanations, for example, on our YouTube channel, and you can also listen to what? You can listen and develop your pronunciation. It is very important to listen to something that you really love. For example, if you enjoy football, basketball, volleyball, and something like this, listen to it. Okay, if you don't like it, it's okay. Listen to something out of fashion, let's say. Spend at least 1 hour, ideally 2-3 hours a day listening to something. It will improve your English. And listening is the basis for English. If you develop your listening, you will be able to develop your speaking. On the other hand, it will give a boost to your reading and writing as well, because we learn through listening. Remember this. And it will significantly reduce your time spent on reading, writing, and so on. Just do it properly. Don't over-focus only on IELTS preparation listening. You need to listen to a bit grammar, a bit your favorite speakers, for example, Barack Obama, or I don't know, for example, some famous sports players, let's say, and so on. Okay, or your favorite singers, their live streams. Yeah, they are also useful. You will be able to catch some points they are talking about, for example, or you'll be able to catch their contractions, how they shorten words, how they spell it fast. I'm not going to do this, for example. Okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm not. It may say I'm not gonna do this. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. Okay, they must tell it so fast that you won't be able to catch. But while listening twice and 3 times, you'll be able to little by little catch. And this is very important. TV series are important because you watch, you smile, you can look at subtitles, and YouTube, by the way, also gives you the option of subtitles. Listen with subtitles. After some time, you'll be able to listen without subtitles, but do it on a regular basis. Okay, in this way you will develop your listening skills. In this way you'll be able to develop your English level thinking. If you start thinking in English, it will also help for your listening. Okay, while starting the listening test, also think, okay, now I'm starting the listening section. Okay, now I need to look at the questions from 1 to 5. So mental preparation is very important. And remember, master your listening, because listening comes first. And if you do this perfectly, other sections will come smoothly. You know why? Because when a person does something perfectly, then when the second challenge comes, they will do it much easily. much more easily, and they do it with you. But imagine that you, God forbid, failed in the listening test. In this case, it will be much more difficult for you to concentrate on reading and writing, and even on speaking. Okay, now let's summarize with listening and turn to the second part of our discussion, which will be about reading. Now we're turning to the reading section. So reading in IELTS consists of 3 passages, as I said. So passage 1, let me show it to you. Passage 2 and passage 3. In each passage, by the way, each passage consists of around 1,200, 1,400 words, something like this. In each passage, for each passage you will have 14 questions. So it means you will be required to do certain questions, answer certain questions, and these questions are generally divided into 2 or 3 exercises. Among them, you can see true, false, not given statements, fill in the gaps, multiple choice test questions, matching information to paragraphs, matching headings, so it means calling, naming or titling passages. You can find completing information about authors, and so on, so there are different reading types, and now we will review each of them. Reading passage number 1 is considered to be the easiest one. Reading passage number 3 is considered to be the most difficult one. However, remember that this is not always the case. Sometimes reading passage 2 may be slightly easier than reading passage 1, or reading passage 2 may be a bit more difficult than reading passage 3. Okay, so that's why don't over focus on the difficulty levels, but in general know that reading passage 1 is the easiest one, and reading passage 3 is the most difficult one. Okay, while managing your time, you need to do like this. For the easiest reading passage, you need to spend around 12 to 15 minutes. For the most difficult one, you need to keep at least 30 minutes. Ideally 30-35 minutes. For the moderate one, let's say 20 minutes are enough. That's why you need to master your reading passage 1, which is generally the easiest one, so that you can complete it in 12 to 15 minutes. But remember one important thing. If you rush in the reading section, I mean if you do it very fast, it won't help you, and you may make mistakes in the easiest one, and this may significantly reduce your score. If you, for example, could write 24 or 26, you will write, let's say, 19 or 20, which is very bad. That's why think carefully and plan carefully before starting the reading passage. Remember one important thing. You need to manage your time, of course, but you need to do it wisely. Okay? So, try mastering your passage 1 so that you can focus more on passage 2 and passage 3 during your real exam. Okay. Now let's analyze the general strategies here. So in the passage 1, for example, now in general, in 90% of cases, you will see fill in the gaps and true, false, not given statements. Well, of course, there are some exercises in the reading passage that follow order, and there are some exercises that do not follow orders. I'll try now to show to you. Let me do like this. So let me write like this for you. Here we will of course discuss it. Let's do like this. So following orders. Fill in the gaps, matching headings, true, false, not given, Yes, no, not given. Fill in general, all fill in exercises. All of and completing sentences. So when one part of sentence is ready and you need to complete the second part of the sentence. They are following orders. Not following orders are matching statements. So it means the ones that you have some statement, you have some statements, and you need to match paragraphs to the statement. So in which paragraph you can find the statement. Matching authors to information. So these two types of exercises are generally not following orders. Well, now let's analyze this. So you can see that here we have fill in the gaps and true, false, not given exercise. Both of them follow the orders. There is one important rule that you need to know. When the exercise is the first one, it will probably cover the beginning part. So the beginning part of the passage. And the key point here is that the name of the exercise may help you a lot. If you remember the listening part, in the reading part, it is the same. So, the thylacine, okay, it says about its appearance and behavior, and it says about decline and extinction. All right? Okay, now let's move on the passage. I know I'm not very good at painting and highlighting, sorry, but what to do? Okay, let's now turn to the passage, and you can see what? You can see the thylacine, you can see its appearance, breeding season. So it seems we have found that the fill in the gaps exercise is covering approximately this area. Okay, well, so answers will be down here, reviewed here. And now let's look at what? Let's look at how to look for information for filling the gaps. So you see, looked rather like a dog. So dog can be a helpful item for us, even though we don't need something around a dog. A dog can help us, and body tail. Now these words can help us find after which information we need to find number one. Okay. And for example, probably depended mainly on something when hunting. Okay, so and we'll need to look for it in the appearance and behavior paragraph. Okay, decline and extinction is the second part. Let me highlight like this. Okay, so okay, let's now move on the question. And what can we see here? So for the first question, we can see stomach muscular, so appear, and we can see hunting, food resource. So we need to find something like a dog. Dog here, you see in the first paragraph. Its appearance is mentioned here, but just quickly review the first paragraph in any case. And tail and back, if you remember, you see tail, so probably one will be somewhere here. Okay. Secondly, it is very important to try to identify the approximate part of speech. It is very important. Ate an entirely some diet, so let's say healthy, maybe a staple, I don't know, something like some adjective describing diet, or fatty, let's say greasy, let's say protein rich, for example. Pay attention, by the way, one word only. Okay, and for each of these gaps you need to predict answers before finding the correct answer. For decline and extinction, for example, pay attention to this date. It's a very important date. And pay attention to Australia, mainland Australia. It's a key word here. Extinction is mentioned, and then question number 5. Reduction in something and available resources of food. So in probably sources of food, sorry. Probably before and we will have something closer to after and, okay? Thus we need to be ready to either some adjective like closer to available, let's say nutritional and available, let's say, right? Or we can say, let's say, reduction in, for example, groceries and available sources of food, for example. Okay, so this is what I wanted to mention regarding filling the gaps. And let's now move on to true, false, not given exercises. Well, if fill in the gaps covers the first part of the passage, true, false, not given as a second exercise will probably cover the second part of the passage. And what should we do here? Before turning to true, false, not given statements, let me shortly explain the difference between true, false, and not given, because many students confuse, many students misunderstand them. Well, true means that the information provided here is exactly the same, or in a paraphrased way, of course, as it is mentioned in the statement. Okay, in passage and statement tell the same thing, the same stuff. Okay. False information means that information provided in a statement and information provided in the passage contradict. They are opposite to each other or different. It's very important. Different, not only opposite. They are also different. Not given means that you do not have enough information to decide whether it's true or false. Okay? For example, let's analyze based on the 6th question. Significant numbers of thylacines were killed by humans from the 1830s onwards. So, if they were killed starting from 1830s onwards, it is true. If the text says after 30s there was hunting on this, let's say on them, and they were really killed and so on, yes, and every year a great number of them died. Yeah, in this case it is right. But if it says something opposite, after 1830s, after some ban on hunting, they were not killed, or they were restricted to conservation areas and so on, they were preserved as species and so on, in this case it will be false. Or if it says they have always been killed, and regardless of the law in 1830, this number, their hunting figures didn't continue to drop. It's also false. Why? Because the significant numbers were killed before and after 1830. So the 1830 didn't play any role. And not given is if we don't mention about significant numbers. So if we mention that, yeah, and after 1830s there were amateur hunters who loved to hunt, let's say on them, but we don't mention whether it's a significant number or not a significant number. Okay. If we mention before 1830s, and if we say that after 1830s there is no statistics, or there are no statistical figures, it means this is not given. We don't have enough information. Well, be always careful with comparisons, because comparisons may be a bit more difficult. Why? Let me explain on one example. If the statement says, let's say, X is stronger than Y. Let's say, in your case, the statement says that X is stronger than Y. Okay, great. Let's decide like this. If the text really says that X is stronger or Y is weaker, yeah, in this case it is true. If the text says that Y is stronger, or, very important, X and Y aren't different, are similar or identical, reading loves such vocabulary. In strength, it means it's false, okay? And not given, of course, if you don't have enough information. And that's why with comparison statements you need to be double careful. Okay, for true false not given statements, it's important to pay attention to every statement's key information, but before starting reviewing it, first try to find the locations of the first and the last statements. But remember, sometimes the location of the first and the last statements is not that difficult to find, because maybe the last or the first statement may be not given, and you will spend much of your time in waste. So trying to find the location. So that's why you can do like this. Look at these two. First, for example, 80-30s, right? And we see here were born in Zeus during the late 80s, right? Okay, so 80-30, 80s, Zeus. Try to find the beginning part, where statements begin, where the exercise begins. And what can we see? 80-30, 80-30, you see, 80-30, right? The dramatic decline which began in 30s and continued for a century. Well, here probably the true false not given statement start, and we can see zoo. So probable statement 1 will be here, probable statement 2 will be somewhere here. We're going to talk about zoo here. So we have found the beginning part, and let's find the ending part, which will also help us. Probably the end of the passage. Attempts to find living silences are now rarely made. So as we talk about now, something like a summary, it will probably be the end, and 12 tells 90-30, 90-36. It will also help us find the approximate location. But in general, I'll give you some recommendation on how to find the approximate locations. Generally, passages in the reading part start like this: some past activity, present explanation or present situation in the middle part, and closer to the end it is like what should be done now, some recommendations for future. Okay, so something like this is the case in most reading passages, right? And as it says, are now rarely made, as we attempt to try to find. So we talk about nowadays, so what is done nowadays, summarizing something like this. It will probably be the case with this passage. So at the end it will be discussed. But let's see what is discussed where. So 80-30, 36. Well, we can see 30, 36, it's right here. So 12 will be here, and 13, let's say for now the maximum information that we can find for now is somewhere here now. Okay, well, great. So we have found locations for the first exercise. It has now become easier for us to know. So it means that we just simply need to focus on each statement, read carefully, and try to match information, whether it's true, false, or not given. Great, for the first passage it's great. Now let's turn to the second passage. Palm oil. Here we can see letters for each paragraph, so it means We'll probably do something matching. Yeah, you see matching statements. 2 paragraphs, 2 statements about round table on sustainable palm oil, and fill in the gaps. But in this exercise, there are sentences, separate sentences. So it's not like a whole exercise as it was in the first passage. Well, great. Let's first look at this exercise 14 to 20. As you remember, I said that matching statements to headings is not something that comes to according to the order. So it means you need to consider this as a separate exercise done together with other exercises. So what does it mean? Matching statements to headings is scattered throughout paragraphs. So for this exercise, you need to, let's say for 14, example of a range of potential environmental advantages of oil palm tree cultivation. For example, you find it in G paragraph. So you write it here, G, right? The letter G. Pay attention to NB rule. If it says one letter, it may be used more than once. If it is a case, it means that you can two statements maybe in one paragraph. For example, 14 may be in G and 18 may be in G. And remember, for each statement, you can find only one suitable paragraph. You may feel that, let's say, E and C, for example, are both good for one statement, but you need to decide. You have to decide one of them. It's very important. It is super important to decide because there is only one correct answer for this exercise. Remember this. Okay. Now, before turning to this exercise and the analysis, I would recommend that you plan the passage itself. For matching statements, it's a bit difficult to review the passage unless you, of course, have a very fast reading style and you can read very fast. In this case, yeah, okay, you can do. But in general, I recommend that you quickly scan the beginning of each paragraph. So what does it mean? It means you need to pay attention to the first line of every paragraph in order to at least try to identify. For example, in a paragraph, palm oil is an edible oil derived from the fruit of African olive, currently the most consumed vegetable in the world. So A probably will give some information about palm oil. B, the opportunity to maximize planting of oil palm trees. Okay, so B about opportunities. Now, multiple reasons why conservationists cite the rapid spread of palm oil plantations, and probably you can see here the example of Malaysia, Indonesia, and so on. So it's probably about C. C will be some examples. D about greater threats. So example about maybe some examples of threats to the global biodiversity. E says about response to boycott movement has been the argument for the vital role palm oil plays. Okay, it generally says about possible, let's say, response, possible solution. F says about the deforestation is not the perfect solution and argument. And we can see here information about carbon emissions and deforestation, so some problems, explanation of some problems. And G can be discussed group called round table considering palm retail. Okay, so regulation of industry. And H, future hope, as I said, in general, future hope. And for example, after that you can review the statements, example of a range of potential environmental advantages of oil palm tree cultivation. So, potential environmental advantages. Probably it will be somewhere in the beginning or ending part. As it says about potential advantages. But if you are unsure, of course, you keep it because you need to review the paragraph and need to be sure that it's correct or not. A description of an organization which controls the environment impact of palm oil production. Well, we talk about industry control, so probably we have found it. Examples of widespread global use of palm oil. We said about reasons how, in a number of paragraphs, we saw how palm oils are used, and you'll probably find it. Reference to a particular species which could benefit the ecosystem of palm oil plantation. So, one particular species type, so one particular kind, let's say it may be a plant or probably some plant. Figures illustrating the rapid expansion of the palm oil industry. So figures, it says about figures, and we need to find paragraph including numbers. And probably it will be B, but you need to double check. Maybe some figures are written like, you know, in a written form, not in letter, not in numbers, digits. And very important is to economic justification for not opposing the palm oil industry. Justification for not opposing. Okay. Well, if you remember, we told about boycott, one response to boycott movement, or in the next, and the argument isn't as straightforward as it seems. So probably one of them, because we talked about something something threatening in the paragraph, and in EF we try to find responses or non-logical arguments. So probably somewhere here. And examples of creatures badly affected by the establishment of palm oil plantations. So creatures badly affected by the establishment. So some about damage. So as we have understood, let's say the approximate locations of statements, it's much easier for us to do other exercises because, of course, we don't need to waste our time on matching statements because in this case, we won't have enough time for other exercises which are more straightforward and can be easily found. So what you need to do is to approximately plan the passage by reading each line and review statements so as to guess the approximate possible answers for each paragraph, for each statement, sorry. Then you need to move to other exercises. By the way, try not to spend more than 3 minutes on what I said, planning, and trying to approximately find which statement may be in which paragraphs, okay, paragraphs. And 21, 22, 23, 26. Here, you need to be very careful. You see which statements are made about the round table on sustainable palm oil, RSPO. RSPO is mentioned here, so probably you will find the answers here and here. And while reviewing the questions 21 to 22, you will probably find exactly some statements, okay? And for 23 to 26, one advantage of palm oil for manufacturers is that it stays even when not refrigerated. Try to find manufacturer's advantage. So one statement, one location, and Elwood and his researchers are looking into. So Elwood and researchers are looking into. So Hop, we talk about Hop, they are looking for something. Elwood is here, and so the ending will be here, and we can see the first statement. One advantage of it stays even when not refrigerated. So benefits of palm oil. Let's now see. Well, we see relevant replacing. Refrigeration. Okay, probably somewhere here, some benefit of palm oil. Maybe. By the way, if you feel it hard to find the location of one statement, try to switch to the other. There is the best known of the animals suffering habitat loss as a result of the spread of palm plantations. So the example of some animals suffering. Is it about animals? Sorry. Yeah, animals. let's see animals. So where at least animals are mentioned. We can see no animal here, so it means that probably here they'll be mentioned. Yeah, new source of deforestation, habitat destruction, land clearing. Okay, orangutan, for example, rhino, elephant, and so on. Okay, and so somewhere here will be the second statement. So probably the first statement will be somewhere here, because we talk about opportunity, and the first statement tells about advantages. So opportunity. So probably the first fill in the gap will be here, second somewhere here, third somewhere after, and fourth at the end. So as it's the second exercise, answers. Oops. As it's the second exercise, second passage, questions may not be answers to questions may not be very close. For example, it will be in the B paragraph, it may be in D paragraph, for example, if it may be in F, and this may be in G, A, or H paragraphs. Okay, so but identifying locations is important, so that you don't waste your time looking for answers in the places that are not appropriate for you. Okay, now let's turn to the reading passage 3. Here you can see the building, the skyline, the birth and the growth of Manhattan skyscrapers. Well, here you can see matching multiple choice questions. In general, they are always given in the third passage. Yes, no, not given, a common tendency, and matching, fill in the gaps from boxes, one of the also difficult types of exercises. Well, for this exercise types, we need to first understand what 27 to 31 come according to the order. It's the first exercise, and they will follow the order. And in general, multiple choice questions are great in that they show locations, what was mentioned in the first paragraph. But the difficulty of them is that the correct answers are paraphrased in the way that it's sometimes difficult to identify the correct answer. So that's why for the second part of our videos, we will have a very great exercise and a set of exercises to improve your paraphrasing skills. Okay, well, now let's look at what is mentioned in the first paragraph. So what point does Chester make about bar spook in the first paragraph? Well, here for this we need to look at the paragraph 1 and find what he mentions about the idea of bar. So what he says about his book. Okay, always be careful with what? Always know that the correct answers in multiple choice questions are paraphrased. And what does he say here? What point does Chester make about bar spook in the first paragraph? To be honest, I don't recommend that you read answers because they may confuse you. I would like you to review the first paragraph and see what he says about the bed. So, bar reader, detailed history of New York. So the book combines geology, history, economics, and a lot of data to explain why business clusters developed where they did. From shape the skyline we see today. Building the skyline is organized into distinct parts. The first is historical, the second primarily with the 20th century, and the compilation of chapters commenting. The time of the book changes somewhat between the first and second part, and the latter chapters incorporate aspects of bars related to research papers. Okay, so highly original explanation, probably no. Elements of Barr's research papers are incorporated throughout the book. Be careful. But it says what? It says, as the latter chapters incorporate aspects of Barr's related research papers. Okay, maybe but not throughout, it's closer to the end. Other books that are available on the subject have taken a different approach. Well, it covers a range of factors that affected the development of New York. Well, if you pay attention, detailed history of New York City, it's the book combines geology and vibing a lot of data to explain why business class developed, where they did, and how early decisions of workers and firms shaped the skyline we see today. So it says why business developed, but there is no comparison with other books, right? So that's why we cannot say other writers' opinion, so other books comparison, and that's why it's a bit difficult to say. The answer D, it covers the development, affected the development of New York. It's weird here because we don't talk about the development of New York, we talk about in general how businesses developed. So you need to double check the correct answer while being while choosing the correct answer. Okay. Well, so the correct answers are always paraphrased in the way that use other words and not the words from the passage. But generally, incorrect answers use words that will confuse you. For example, they may say, that Barr really loves the usage of economics and history in his books, and that's why he used economics and history. No, but there is no mention about him loving this, right? We only know what? We know that detailed history of New York City and why business clusters developed. And generally, actually, the correct answer is mentioned somewhere here. So you see how New York developed and how he provides a lot of data, a lot of factors to show why business developed, and automatically New York itself developed as well. Detailed history of New York City. But if the correct answer tells, let's say the Barr's book also adds, let's say, some points about, urban development of different cities. But no, he only focuses on the urban development of New York, and he only mentions this in the second part of this book. That's why we cannot say that it is correct. And that's why, by the way, the answer A, it gives a higher origin for urban development. Let's see, it just mentions that one part of the book focuses on urban development. You see, the second deals primarily with the 20th century and is complete comment on different aspects of New York's urban the chapters somewhat between. But you know, it's not about something interesting original. No, we just know that two parts of the book, and that's it. We just know that there are a number of factors showing why New York developed and why business clusters developed. So logically, you will find the answer yourself. Well, great. And each answer here comes order by order. So 28 is after 27, 29 is after 28, and so on. And remember, as I said, for example, for 29, you may see the word readers, but don't think that the correct answer is C, okay, just because of the word readers. Maybe it says about readers, and for readers it may be confusing, so it means that the answer is it contains conflicting data, okay? So be very careful. For the second part, we can see yes, not given, and here yes, not given is different in that the distance between answers is quite long, as it was with fill in the gaps questions in the second passage. So what do I recommend? I'd recommend that you focus on multiple choice questions and do the ones that you can do, and the ones you cannot do, just put the question mark. You will come back later on, or try to at least guess one of them in case you don't have enough time to mention the answer, you will just write the answer that you think is correct or maybe correct. Okay, for true false not given, try to focus on what? Try to focus on each statement, the first and the last statement. So in the first statement, we see that of the first chapter, look from the air, 8060 lacks interest. So look from the air in the early 80s lacks interest. So first chapter, 8060, the 16th. And 35th, it says in the 19th century, New York's immigrant neighborhoods. Okay, so it means we need to do what? We need to come to the passage and see. 19th century. So 19th, it's the 12th century. Well, 19th century. Yeah, you see, probably the last statement will be somewhere here, and the first chapter will be somewhere here. So somewhere here it will start, and then will end somewhere here. Great. So we have approximately found the locations. It significantly reduces our review time. And so if the first is here, first is, let's say, here, second statement maybe here, third maybe somewhere here, and finally the first one maybe here, as I said, this part, 19th century. Okay, that's it. Well, great. Actually, great. Now we turn to the third exercise. By the way, for yes not given, actually it's similar to true false not given, but what's the difference between yes no not given? You may read a number of articles about yes no not given, true false not given, that they are different. Oh no, they are similar. No, don't be distracted by this information. Don't be confused. Yes not given and true false not given are identical. Just the difference is that true false not given focuses on what? On the information of the passage, the text itself. Yes not given focuses on the information claimed by the writer, because passage 3 is often written and by writers who show their own opinion. They add their points or cite some other authors. Yes not given is more appropriate. Okay, and that's why there is no difference here. You just find information in the passage, read the statement, and match information. For example, the description of in the first chapter of how New York probably looked from the air in the early 60s lacks interest. So, lacks interest means is not interesting, is not attractive, doesn't tend to be interesting, appealing, attractive. If it is true, it says this is boring, doesn't include interesting elements, descriptive elements, so that the reader can understand what happens, and thus is often neglected. So it means it's not interesting. If the passage says no, it includes very important elements, and it is hard to neglect this interesting part, this appealing part, it intrigues readers, and so intriguing and so on. So it means it's false, or it is, if it says it is as interesting as other parts of the book, and the book is generally very appealing, interesting, so it's wrong again, and it is no. And not given is when you don't know about it. So if it says that the first chapter describes New York, its elements and so on, and includes some details about how New York looks from the air and so on. In this case, it's not given because we don't know whether it's interesting or not. Includes some details, but we don't know whether they are interesting or not interesting. We don't know whether the reader can read it or can ignore it. Okay, I mean, read it eagerly and enjoy it, or just neglect it because it's boring, uninteresting. We don't have enough information. Okay, well, so for example, for superlatives, be always careful. The biggest problem for many 19th New York immigrant neighborhoods was the lack of amenities. It may be mentioned in the passage, but whether it is the biggest problem or not. If the writer says that, yeah, it was a problem, while the most noticeable challenge was. So it means no, it's not the most important challenge. So that's why it's no. But if it really mentions a lack of amenities as a key problem, yes. But if it just mentions a lack of amenities for New York immigrant neighborhoods, but without mentioning whether it's the biggest problem or not, it is not given. Okay? So I just wanted to explain this because many students suffer from this, you see? And I suffer with this editing. Okay. Let's now move on to the next part. And the bedrock myth. So the greatest part of this exercise is that it includes name. The bedrock myth. As it includes the name, it is much easier for you to find locations. So you need to find where we talk about bedrock myth and review all possible answers. See, one point is that you need to use, compared with the traditional fill in the gaps exercise, you need to choose answers here. For example, 36, you write B if you find it suitable, and so on. But of course, you do it according to the passage, not just because you want like this. And the problem is that the correct, the answers here are paraphrased compared with the passage. For example, if for 36 you choose, let's say, water level, for example, was absent, for example, water level. So the rate of water or the increase in water, for example. Deep excavations, when they bury it more, bury it deep enough in the earth, for example, or great distance, it takes much, let's say, to travel. Associated risks, for example, some threats that were possibly noted. Okay, so review these answers and try to find possible paraphrases for them. It is very important and will significantly reduce your time finding correct answers. Okay. And now let's move on the passage and try to find bedrock myth. Probably at the end of the exercise, it will cover the ending part. It is here. You see, it's here, bedrock myth. Well, and so probably till the end it will be here. But let's be sure, because chapter 7 and then we'll talk about chapters 8 and 9. Let's see the ending part of this exercise so that to decide whether we'll find all answers in one paragraph or not. So the ending says in the chapter 7, he described not only, okay, caissons, I'm not sure about the pronunciation of this word, that's why I may be incorrect, sorry for that. The chapter is well researched but relatively easy to understand. Okay, let's see whether caissons or something like this is mentioned at the end. Yes, while the chapter reference improved, it's relatively easy read. Yeah, that's the easiest exercise that I've ever seen. All answers, can you imagine? All answers are here in this small paragraph. And all you need to do is to read it carefully and try to guess possible answers. It is not that difficult. You just need to... So, for example, I'll show you one example. So, skyscrapers are absent from something. Okay, let's see what they are absent from. And skyscrapers are probably are not being built. So, so chapter talks about the absence of bedrock close to the surface. So, between downtown and midtown New York is the reason for skyscrapers not being built between these two urban centers. So, absence of bedrock close to the surface. Okay, so and let's see what it tells. The bar indicates that how lack of bedrock close to the surface doesn't explain why skyscrapers are absent from. Okay, skyscrapers are absent from what? Okay, in now, why do they mention bedrocks? You see, that's not the absence of. So is the reason for skyscrapers not being built between two urban centers. So skyscrapers are not built between two urban centers, but Barr argues that while deeper bedrock does increase foundation costs, these costs are neither prohibitively high nor large compared to the overall cost of building a skyscrapers. So they are not built between these two urban centers. And something paraphrasing with this should be mentioned as the answer here. And you see why skyscrapers are absent from. I won't spoil, you will find yourself, but you have seen the answer. So Barr doesn't agree that because of bedrock, skyscrapers are not built between these urban centers. Okay, so, and I won't tell, you will find yourself while doing this exercise, but I've explained how you need to do this. And next, he points out that although the cost of, you see, it's about cost below zero, it cannot be regarded as, it says prohibitively high. So prohibitively high, it means very high. Prohibitively expensive, it's much, very much expensive, extremely expensive. Okay, this cannot be regarded as something. So you'll see yourself. I won't spoil because the answers are vivid. Okay, I have explained you how to do this exercise type, and finally I want you to review some other exercises with me as well, because here unfortunately we cannot see all question types, and let me provide you with all. Just a minute, let me see. I need to show you matching headings, and I need to show you double questions. Let me start with double questions. So you see 5 options, and you need to choose 2 negative features. Okay, this is similar to IELTS listening in approach. So if you choose B and D and the answer is B, C, you won't lose anything, because the correct one of them will at least be correct. But in section D, generally these answers these questions are located in one paragraph. For example, section D says here, and if you review this carefully, you will find these 2 factors that are mentioned, and you can see which, when comparing them, which 2 negative features does the writer mention. So you just need to find these 2 negative negative factors. Let's say they are very big or unnecessarily big, for example. So it means that, or they are not, the space is not so much, or there is not so empty place in them, for example, or their image is not interesting, their design is not interesting. So A and B will be correct. Okay, but sometimes, which 2 advantages of modern stadium design does the writer mention? Sometimes these exercises may be given how? They may be given like this. Advantage number 1 may be mentioned in F. There, and for example, at the end of E, it may be mentioned like this. Let's say there are a number of benefits, and one benefit of something is and explains. And moving to the G paragraph says, additionally, or maybe inside F, in the separate paragraph, it may be mentioned as a second advantage. Probably as the first question is here, the second question about advantages will be somewhere here. So, for example, one advantage may be mentioned here, and the second advantage may be mentioned here. So that's it. They aren't that difficult. But let me find the exercise type I haven't explained to you. No, this one I explained. Let's see, maybe 70. No. 14. No, I guess it should be. Yeah. The second reading passage, yeah, I explained these types of exercises. Matching names of authors. Okay, I'll try to find matching headings as well. Well, matching names of authors isn't that difficult, but the problem with authors is one. You need to, by the way, pay attention to this exercise 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. You need to do what? Pay attention, there are 5 statements and 4 authors. So logically, one author, at least one author will be repeated. So for example, 19 will be A, George Kudla, and let's say 21 will be A, George Kudla, for example, okay? You need to do what? First of all, you need to identify in how many places these writers are mentioned. By the way, remember their names very carefully so as not to read other authors, because in the passage they may be provided 6-7 authors, but in the exercise they may provide only 4 authors, so make sure not to read unnecessary authors. Okay, Kudla, Gao, Ek, and Jones. Find their locations. Maybe Kudla be mentioned in 2 places. For example, Kudla mentions here. Try to highlight in computer delivered, and if you are in paper-based, on the paper-based exam, try to circle their names. Okay. So you find their names and read what is mentioned here. For example, Kudla says this could transform what we eat. Read this. What could transform? Fast track domestication, for example. Could make food supply healthier and far more resistant to diseases. So he praises fast track domestication in terms of food supply, and he mentioned about 50,000 edible plants, and 90% of them come from just 15 crops. So domestication may solve the problem of food supplies, and that's why we need to try to paraphrase. But be careful. You see, Kudla is also mentioned here. Here they are quite tasty, and Kudla is mentioned in E. Try to read everything which is said by Kudla and then decide on which of them it can be. Secondly, remember one thing. Before, after you have highlighted them, it is best if you read statements and underline keywords in statements. For example, domestic offsetting could allow them to adapt to future environmental challenges. Adapt them to plants. It means them, not people. Okay. Kudla told for people, so it could solve the food supply problem. Okay. So the idea of growing and eating unusual plants may not be accepted on a large scale. So he or she doesn't consider this as a serious step. So a serious solution. It's not about for the future direction of certain research to be made public. So we shouldn't be public, we should be private. Keep secret. Present efforts to domesticate wild food are limited by the costs involved. So costs, money issue. Okay. Humans only make use of small proportion of plant food available on Earth. Okay. Make use of only small proportion of plants. So proportion of the plant food available on Earth. By the way, it might have been Kudla's view, okay? And that's why review again this part and decide on whether 23 may be suitable, because Kudla actually mentioned this. We only eat 15 types of species. Well, and let me find the last passage. Maybe there I will probably find matching statements, matching headings, because I want to explain this one as well. By the way, fill in the gaps may be given as tables too, but the method is the same actually. It is actually like the title for each category, okay? As you know, fill in the gaps in listening and reading are divided into categories, and these names can easily help you find and navigate. Sometimes they may be tables like horizontal and vertical, like for example, let's say like this. Here it may be Manchester study, and Liverpool study, for example. horizontal and vertically, participants and result. So, and for example here in this box where we talk about participants, like I mean here, right? Participants of Manchester study, here participants of Liverpool study, here results of Manchester study, here results of Liverpool study. Okay, so be careful, tables may be given in this form as well, so for you to analyze tables. Okay, great. Let me, please allow me to find state headings because I want to show them to you as well. Oh no, I'm afraid in this book we don't have tables. Okay, not a problem. Sorry, matching headings. Not a problem for me. I will show my own material. Let me show this one. Well, matching headings to paragraphs. Okay. Well, let's see this one. For example, you have a number of paragraphs and list of headings. Of course, for each paragraph, you will need to read, you know, if you read for the statement, if you read the whole paragraph and decide on the name of it, it will take much of your time. So it's very ineffective in this term. So what should you do? You have the list of headings, possible headings, and you have paragraphs. First of all, you need to understand that each paragraph has main and additional ideas. For example, let me show based on this example. Okay, GM allotypes. If you review this passage, you will see that it generally talks about the comparison of GM allotypes and how they show the genetic relationship or distance between them. Because it first starts with a project which focused on GM all types and immunologic G. Then it turns to all proteins, how they drift, and logically immunologic G as a protein also drifts, and how they create connections, and how while comparing these GM allotypes we can establish genetic distance between them. This can be calibrated to give an indication of the length of the time since the population last interbred. Okay, so generally we discuss how GM allotypes, let's say, interbreed, or how they, let's say, how GM allotypes, how they create relationships or distance. Okay, so generally they're relationships. But if we pay attention to the beginning, we see the word like focus on one particular protein, immunologic G. So don't think that, maybe it's about immunologic G and how it was found. No. You see it talks about immunologic G and then switch to all proteins, how this, or GM allotypes, and how they, let's say, interbreed, or how they create relationships, and so on. So, or if we discuss, let's say, let me tell like this. For example, I talk about internet, let's say the benefit of the internet, then I tell that internet is very good because it provides very fast connection. Compared with television, it allows updated information, and compared with radio, it is more reliable. So what do? I compare different platforms. Despite the fact that in the first sentence I praise internet, the internet, don't think that I talk about the benefit of the internet. No, I show relative comparisons of the internet and other platforms. Okay, and this is what you need to do. In IELTS reading, key information is main idea is generally either given in the first sentence or closer to the end. It is right. But only reading the first and the last sentence won't help you. You need to do what? You need to quickly review the first sentence, the last sentence, and quickly review the middle. and then see what is discussed. In order to understand what is discussed, you need to do what? You need to pay attention to nouns and verbs. For study of origins, distribution of home populations based on archaeological fossil evidence, techniques developed, place study subjects, more objective footing, best information, population movements, now obtained, archaeology of the living particles found in genetic material. So you need to quickly review nouns and verbs, and attractive phrases like adverbials like regrettably, luckily, indeed, and so on. Some additional phrases, some strong words like the best, the most important, okay? And so in the first paragraph, we see general information about studies and best information about population movements, okay? Then you need to quickly refer to state these possible answers. So results of ARC into blood, dental evidence, Greenberg's analysis of dental linguistic evidence, development methods used in our population movements, Indian migration, further genetic evidence. So additional about the three-wave theory, long-term question about prehistoric migration, conflicting views, questions about the causes of prehistoric migration, how analysis of blood variants measure the closeness of relation between different populations. So you see, here you quickly review them and underline keywords in each, let's say, possible answer. So the result of dental evidence, Greenberg's analysis, dental and linguistic evidence, developments, population movements, in the method used in early population movements. So probably this will be closer to 4, probably. Of course, you decide when you read carefully, but as you see, it's 1950s, see? Then early population is now being obtained, so it says about now. So conflicting views about this, long-standing questions, so it means questions about migration to America. So long-standing questions to America, okay? So after analyzing them, you decide which of them may be more or less logical. If you are not sure, for example, for A you can choose 4, let's say, and let's say 8, for example. But there is nothing about three-wave theory, for example. You write 4 and 8, but then, for example, in the paragraph C, you see, no, 8 is more suitable for C. So cross out 8 from A and put only 4, okay? In computer-delivered IELTS, by the way, I will show you the format of computer-delivered IELTS separately, don't worry. You just need to tick from the left to the right, and that's it. You will get your result. You will just, let's say, drag from the right place to from the right side to the left side. You will see it. It's very easy. Okay, so and for matching headings, it's very important to read the ending of the last paragraph sentence and the beginning of the second, because you see B says about recent work and C says about important projects, so they may give you some clues. So recent work, it means we talk about recent, but you see here it is but there were the major waves, there are questions, okay? So logically if it talks about questions, it may be this one or this one, and you need to decide on which of them is more logical, okay? Or for example, an important project, biological anthropologist, one particular, found the fluid portion of human blood, and it's actually the one that we have discussed, okay? And compare, so it gives a start and then more, let's say, specifically clarifies it here. This writer gives a start and gives and then provides the main idea somewhere in the middle. Most writers provide main ideas closer to the end, in the very beginning or in the last sentence. But some writers hide their main ideas in the middle. So they give a start, let's say, give some background information, then show their argument and explain their argument. Some writers give argument their main key argument in the beginning and then clarify it in the first sentence and then clarify it. And some writers do what? They start. They give background information, then explain what they want to say, not clearly, and finally reach the conclusion in the last sentence. So, understanding what the writer loves from the first or second paragraphs may significantly ease your process of finding answers. Of course, writers may change their style. Maybe in 2 paragraphs they show the main idea in the beginning, but in the remaining paragraphs they may hide the key idea in the second or third sentences. It's also okay for them. But the key is to find key information. Remember that key information in the passage, in the paragraph, is supported and explained, but additional ideas are not explained, as it is the case with finding of the protein. So we talk about finding GM allotype, but do we explain how he found it, how much time he spent on it? No. But what we do, we show the linkage between different GM allotypes, different proteins, how they interbreed and so on. We explain this, and that's why the key information in C paragraph is this one, not how he discovered it. If he explained how he discovered it, how he opened, how much time he spent on it, and so on, in this case, yes, it will be how GM allotype was discovered. Don't worry, we will talk about finding key information and suitable answers in the next part of our course, where we will focus on finding and guessing parts of speech. Now we turn to writing. Welcome to the third part of our course. It's called writing, and you know that during the written exam you will have listening, then reading, and then writing. And again, let me repeat it. You will have around 30 minutes for listening with transferring your answers to the answer sheet. You will have 1 hour for reading without extra time for transferring your answers to the answer sheet, and you will have the writing part, for which you will have 1 hour. And writing consists of 2 parts. If we talk about academic IELTS students, we will have task 1 as this graph. You can see this, and 1 essay. So let's first talk about task 1. Normally, writing task 1 and writing task 2 are both written within 1 hour. But if you pay attention, they require that you write 150 words for this chart, and they require that you write 40 minutes, spend 40 minutes for this task, and you write 250 words. Why? Because writing task 2 is twice as important as writing task 1. And there is one important point. While calculating your IELTS score, it is very important, for writing, it is very important to know that if you get, for example, from task 1, let's say 6.5, and from task 2, 7.5, you will be more likely to get 7 because your task 2 is much better. But if it is vice versa, let's say if task 1 is 7.5 and task 2 is 6.5, in this case it is a bit difficult to get 7 overall. Okay, so the higher your task 2, the better your overall writing score. And remember, writing task 1 and writing task 2 are assessed separately. Well, let me now start talking about writing task 1 types. First, we will start from academic ones, because you know that in academic IELTS we discuss charts. In general IELTS we discuss letters. And let's start from different charts that we have. We normally have 7 types of charts. And let's start from the first one, from the very basic one. It's a line graph. The line graph is the one that has a number of lines, let's say 3-4 lines, see, for hamburger, for crisps, for pizza, and how something grows within some period of time. Normally here we see years, here we see amount, tones, amount, numbers, percentage, and something like this. Okay, and you discuss the growth and the fall of something, of some trend. Pie charts are charts describing trends, change within years, or comparisons. And normally pie charts describe something out of total. So, for example, we have smartphones, and we spend, you see, time spent on smartphones and tablets by category. And we spend around 35 percentage of our time using smartphones by playing games, while 57% of our time we play games on tablet. Okay, I mean tablet time. 57% of tablet time is spent on games. Okay, so and in pie charts, all of these sectors, especially if we talk about percentage, even if we don't talk about percentage, we talk about a part of a total. Sometimes they may be figures like percent, and sometimes percentage. By the way, know the difference between percent and percentage. Percent means the figure 5%, 6%. The word percentage or proportion means that you show the proportion amount. For example, the proportion of people equal to 10%. So you cannot say 5% or 5 proportion, no, but you can say the proportion, which means, or the percentage, that means ratio. Okay, well, it is very important to consider, super important to consider one very important point. In pie charts, you can see dynamic and static changes. Okay, for example, here we see static changes. We compare smartphones and tablets. In line graphs, we generally see only dynamic changes within years. Mixed charts. What are mixed charts? Mixed charts are charts with consisting of two different charts. Let's say one bar graph and one pie chart. Okay, and they are either linked or not linked, and it's up to you to find the link, the relationship between them. Okay, tables have rows and columns, and you can see here each cell. Let's say this cell identifies Ireland and how much food, drink, tobacco is in Ireland. And what is this? Percentage of national consumer expenditure by category. It is how much, I mean in the way of showing percentage or proportion, we spend, people in Ireland spend on food, drinks, and tobacco. Okay, it is very important to understand this. In bar graphs, we can see both static and dynamic changes. It is the same as pie charts. Here, for example, you can see revenue growth into 2020, 2020, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, in 4 companies. And we can see how let's say the blue one, Kent, it actually grew. For example, the yellow one, or the orange one, let's say, the orange one decreased and increased, but in general increased, and so on. So bar graphs can describe static changes, not within years but within sectors, countries and sectors, let's say, or they can show some dynamic changes as it is shown in this graph. Well, we can also see the process chart that has no figures at all. You can see that some process is described here. Stage 1, this one, the last stage, or the stage number 7, delivery, and you need to explain what you see on this chart. Many students dislike this, but I have good vocabulary and ideas for you so that you will love it. And maps. Maps describe the change over some time in some area, description of some place, how some population grew within some area, or some important changes happened there, and so on, so on. So maps are used for this. Also, there is a type of flow charts in process charts, like the same process is shown like an the algorithmic process, like there are boxes and arrows, so you don't visually see what happens. You can only see how step by step information is provided to you through different boxes and arrows indicating what happens. Okay, let's shortly review question types. For mixed charts, as you can see from mixed charts, you first need to identify what happens here. For example, you can see two charts. The first chart shows the line, the increasing line, and we can see here world population. And here in the second chart, in the bar graph, you can see the world population in developed regions and in developing regions. And you see in both charts we can see in billions. So actually these charts are linked because actually the world population is divided into developed and developing. It's logical. The region is either developed or developing. And we can see that in developed regions, world population from 2005 onwards means from, starting from, okay, didn't change and is not expected to change. It's very important to see future figures and show your vocabulary for future. It's very important. And what we can see from the line graph is that starting from 1950 onwards, the figure kept increasing, and till around 2025 or 2030 maybe, this figure will keep increasing, and then after this figure it will continue to decrease or will gradually decrease, okay, to 7 billion. Okay, and if we see the constant figure for developed regions in the second chart, we can see the growth in population in developing ones. And by the way, this 25-year period of increase in developing regions has its influence on this change. We see from 2000 to 2030 here, we see the world population increasing, and we can explain that this can be explained by the increase in developing regions. Before starting to write, before starting this process, you need to analyze your chart. As you have 1 hour of time, it's wise to spend around 15 to 20 minutes to task 1 and 35 to 40 minutes for task 2, and around 5 to 10 minutes to check both of your essays and find possible faults or problems that you may have seen. While starting writing your task 1, it is very important to know that there are some requirements, and they are called writing band descriptors. I won't show band descriptors now because it will be the wastage of time, but let me explain criteria. Writing is assessed based on these 4 criteria: task response, coherence and cohesion, grammar and vocabulary. Let's write it shorter. Generally Grammar is called grammatical range and accuracy, and vocabulary is lexical resource. Well, these 4 criteria are each separately assessed for task 1 and task 2 from 0 to 9. Let's say task achievement is 7, coherence is 7, grammar is 8, vocabulary is 8, and in total you get 7.5 from writing task 1, let's say. Okay, and while being assessed, examiner pays attention to these factors, and let's see what task response shows. So task response or task achievement shows how well you explain the chart, how well you can describe the chart, and pay attention to very important information, key information. Let me now show it to you. 1 second. Yeah. Pay attention to the instruction. The graph below shows the number of shops that close, blah blah blah. So this is the topic part. Now pay attention to the instruction. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. The writer needs to write key main features and make comparisons where relevant. Comparisons are important. And while providing a good piece of writing, you need to pay attention to what? Key details, key information, as it is in this chart. We can see that here the line in the line graph describes the changes within the 300-year period or time frame. It's around 3 centuries. And in the second chart, we explain only changes that happened only within 30 years. But the 30 years are quite important in terms of explaining the increase in this period. Okay. Well, and task response, task achievement is showing how well you have explained the topic, how well you analyzed it, how well you made comparisons, how well you showed changes, important trends. That's very important. In terms of coherence and cohesion, it is like the structure and the linkage, the relationship between sentences and paragraphs, and the structure of your whole essay. Whenever we write a piece of writing, an essay, an academic one, doesn't matter, we need to have a clear structure. It should be the introduction, it should be the conclusion, it should be like, it should include some body paragraphs. Of course, in writing task 1 we don't have conclusions, and I will explain why and what replaces conclusions. Okay. And sentences need to be linked, and not only by using linking devices. Grammar is another important point. And grammar is not only just avoiding grammatical mistakes. No, it's also creating complex and simple sentences, a range of different sentences that you need to show the examiner that's checking your essay that you know how to use. Let's say conditional sentences, comparisons, comparison linkers, different tense forms, different times, how to create complex sentences with participle clauses, and so on. So a wide range of 3-4 types of grammatical structures should be used in your essay. It's very important. And vocabulary is not only using many different words. No, it's your ability to paraphrase. For example, just pause the video and tell me how you would paraphrase the amount of rubbish. So in the UK, say the amount of rubbish in the UK or by UK households. So, okay, think about possible paraphrases. How much rubbish was prepared or provided, yeah, by UK people, by UK residents, right? By people living in the UK, okay? So you need to think about it. You need to think how to write it in a different form, and don't think that using the word garbage, let's say here, will help. No, it won't, because garbage has a different meaning and you can use it only in specific ways. And we can say here, let's say waste, we can use it in a different form, in a verb form, and what you need is to provide your vocabulary for the topic. It's very important. And the vocabulary shouldn't be only increase decrease vocabulary, knowing many alternatives of this word, like say increase. It's also about showing the topic vocabulary paraphrase. And here in my example, I talk about the amount of rubbish in the UK. Well, now let's return to charts and see the structure. It's very important. Well, the normal structure of any chart in IELTS is having the clear introduction, in which you write a one sentence paragraph or maximum 2 sentence paragraphs, where you clearly state what we can see from the chart. It's actually the paraphrase of this sentence, of the instruction, not the instruction, the topic sentence. You see this sentence. You actually paraphrase this sentence. And you don't need to paraphrase this one. Of course, it's the instruction for you. Well, after the introduction, we have the overview. Overview is the paragraph including key information for, let's say, for the chart. And let's say here in our example for population, urban world population and world population by regions, we can say that in general within this 300-year period world population increased, and we can say even it is expected to increase ninefold, or it's just expected to increase gradually and then fall. And for let's say, as for the second part of the chart, we can say that and general the increase in population is noted in developing regions. Okay, this is what we need to write in the overview. Overview includes key information without showing figures, facts, exact information, evidence. No, we don't need, because in the overview paragraph we need to state some general information that can be easily seen when you just first look at this chart. Overviews can be written separately. They can be written after introductions. It's the second body paragraph. They can be written at the end as a conclusion. In writing task 1, we don't have conclusions, by the way. We have overviews that can be written together with the introduction, separately. I mean, first introduction, then overview, or they can be written even at the end, after introduction and body paragraphs. At the end, we write our overview. But overview should be present in your IELTS writing task 1, because it is first the replacement of conclusion. Second, we don't need conclusions in writing task 1 because we don't state our opinion or our ideas. We are just analyzing task 1. And the difference between writing task 1 and writing task 2 is that in writing task 1 you don't state your information, your opinion, your ideas. You don't tell like this. Maybe people didn't like shops, that's why their closure, the closure figure increased, let's say. and maybe then they dislike this shop. And no, we don't care why they open or close. We don't care about any changes and their reasons, the effects of these changes. But what we care is the changes themselves. We need to show how what happens on this chart, and we don't need to deduce information. We don't need to conclude, and that's why we don't have any type of conclusion here. Well, next that you need to which you need to focus is body paragraph, the body paragraph part. Your writing task 1 should consist of at least 2 body paragraphs. You can write 1 body paragraph too. It's up to you. If you don't have to divide information into 2 paragraphs, you can write 2 body paragraphs. In body paragraphs, you provide specific evidence that you have seen. For example, here in mixed charts you have 2 charts, and in body paragraph 1 logically you write about this one, and in body paragraph 2 about the second chart. So we can start like according to the line graph, the world population in the world, or the population on Earth, was around 1 billion, and this figure more than doubled till the middle of the 20th century, and then it started increasing from 1950, and it's expected to increase and reach 9 billion, or you can say that it will more than triple till 2050, and before 2050, and even before we can say till 2020, in 2025, and then it's expected that it will decrease by 2 billion, and it will decrease and reach 7 billion after 2050, like this. You don't need to provide every year, every time period mentioned in this graph. No, you need to just generally show the ups and downs. So an important up, it's a slight increase. Here we can see gradual increase, but of course within the 100-year period, not 100 year, but yeah, around 100-year period. And then we can see the decline. But the important point is to show that this decline is expected to happen. This is the nowadays situation, because we're now in 2022, which is somewhere here, and after 2022, 2025, somewhere after 2025, it is expected to decrease and continue to decrease after 2050. Okay, so this is what you need to explain in your first body paragraph. In the second body paragraph, you need to explain how developed regions stay constant, at which rate, provide the specific information, and how developing region population in developing regions continues to increase within this period. And that's all here. Okay, well, just wanted to show you this table. Let's show you this pie chart and table. So you can see here nationalities, right? Here we can see the pie chart shows the proportion of Japanese tourists visiting 6 countries, and here are the 6 countries, because you may not perfectly see table the pie chart. And on the table you can see the percentage of urban and rural people in these 6 countries, city and countryside. Well, what can we see here? We can see that Japanese tourists mostly visited Australia, and in these 5 countries which Japanese people prefer to visit, in Australia city population is 80%, in Britain 89%, New Zealand 90%, China is 99%, Dutch 83%. So if we are expected to write the overview, we need to mention that in all countries the majority of population is city population, because it's very important. With the prevalence of China, where there is almost no countryside population, okay, no population living, a very small amount, a very small figure, sorry. We normally don't use amounts with people. Of course, in spoken English we do this, but in written we generally say number or quantity. Okay, that's what we need to mention for the overview. For paragraph 1, we explain the pie chart. For the paragraph 2, we explain the table. And it is very important to select key information, as IELTS requires from us. And how to select information, it's very important. For example, we have Australia. It is the top one. We need to mention it, highlight that around a quarter of Japanese tourists visit Australia. And it is then closely followed by the category of other, that all other countries can be grouped in this category. And another preference is British, the Great Britain, while New Zealand, China, and the Netherlands are less preferred, or the least preferred ones in this list. Okay, so while turning to the body paragraph 2, we need to clearly state the top ones. First China, and then New Zealand. We can mention that China is the top one, with almost all population living in cities, while New Zealand and the UK closely follow China. You don't need to mention actual figures, because your purpose is not to mention all figures. Your purpose is to select key figures. Okay, and you can see that in Australia and the Netherlands the population is smaller, the city population is less, but it's still the majority. Around 80% of people live in the city, and no one cares that in the Netherlands it's a bit more. You can mention that with a small prevalence, or with a higher figure in the Netherlands, or in the latter one. For example, if you mention Australia and the Netherlands, and you say that the latter one, you mean the Netherlands. If you say the former one, you mean the first one. For example, A and B increased. For example, with the former one, let's say, rising by 5%. So it means the former one we refer to A. If we said the latter one, we would refer to B, for example. Okay. Well, this is what I wanted to talk about and describe mixed chart. Let me show you some sample. Well, let's see. Let's see this one. So people arrested in 5 years and 994. Well, if we say like this, in 5 years and 994, it means 990 till 994 and 994 including. Well, and we can see 2-3 paragraphs. Let me show a bit better example. 1 second. I wanted to show you a clearer one for you to understand better. It's about pie charts. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, so here we can see that males and females, arrested males, the figure for arrested males was of course higher than the figure for arrested females, but it is very important to know that percentage doesn't mean that the number is more. Maybe there were 1,000 arrested females and just 100 arrested males, and 32% out of 100 is less than 9% out of 100. You can use your mathematical skills and calculate yourself and see. And the chart, the bar chart, actually it's not a bar chart, but for IELTS we can accept it like this, or we can say the chart. And the chart shows here drink driving, so different factors for their most recent arrest. And we can see for females and males, figures are more or less the same. Mainly for males, we need to find the main reasons for arrest for males and females. So for males it's public driving, and for both of them it's public driving, of course, and the least significant reason is miscellaneous category, the miscellaneous no answer category. So there was no reason, or the reason is unknown, for example. Well, to be honest, this is the real bar chart. And the one that we call the bar chart is more like a histogram. So, but it's okay. We can call it the chart because during your exam you don't have enough time to consider what type of chart you can see. Of course, it is good if you write and call it correctly. But let's say IELTS is the exam for the students of high school, and if you write, let's say, for the histogram like the bar graph, actually it's okay, but if you confuse tables and line graphs, it's a big problem. That's a big problem. Well, here you can see the introduction. By the way, here I mistakenly mentioned this. I apologize for this. It should be from 1989 to 1994, shown on two pie charts. We write that first of all we introduce the pie chart and the bar graph then in our introduction. We can write like this as well, while the percentage, while the pie charts show the percentage of arrested males and females within 5 years, and in the parentheses we write 1989-1994 or dash. The bar graph shows, so we can use while sentence as well. It's okay, it's totally fine. And in the overview part we explain the key information, that more men than women are arrested. Then we also mention the main reason why men and women, and it's very important to mention one additional point that I haven't said to you. As you can see, we here provide the comparison of two sectors, and we need to see which one prevails in general. And if you see here, males prevail, here females, males, females, males, males, females. So males prevail over females in most categories. It's very important, and we need to mention this in the overview part. Well, and then in body paragraph 1, body paragraph 2, and body paragraph 3, if we want, we can describe the figures. For body paragraph 1, I've written about the pie chart. Here you see there is not much information, and the figure was 4 times smaller, so logically for the other one it's around 32, 36, like this. It wasn't exactly 4 times, it was less than 4 times, because 32 divided by 9 is 3.7, something like this. But it's okay to say almost 4 times smaller. For the paragraph 2 and of course paragraph 3, because we have much information for the bar graph, we can divide information into two paragraphs, because it's much. If we write it in one long paragraph, it is not so aesthetically nice. but it's okay if you have one big and one short paragraph. But of course, if it is possible, you can divide it into two paragraphs, and that's what I did here. I mentioned key main reasons, very important, significant reasons in the body paragraph 2, and body paragraph 3 I mentioned the remaining one, the remaining smaller figures, and here you can see that actually key ones were these two, and the remaining ones can be easily grouped into the second body paragraph, or you can group bigger ones and the smallest one in one body paragraph and the remaining ones in the third body paragraph. I mean, because here we have three body paragraphs, one for pie charts and one for this, the second, and two for this chart. But again, you don't need to divide the second chart into two body paragraphs. You can just tell that public drinking was the main reason for both of them, with a significant prevalence of females, while for other figures, for drink driving, it was one of the other important reasons, let's say, for which females were arrested, and for male it was a very significant reason, while for them the second most important reason for males was assault. For example, you can, by the way, you can do like this. You can add public drinking, drink driving, and assault for the first body paragraph as the top two reasons for males and females, and the remaining one for the second paragraph. Or you can just mention key ones, like public driving, public drinking is the top figure for both of them, like 35 and 30% of them, they were arrested respectively, men and females and males. And for, let me wipe like this, yeah, for for females it was the top reason, and for males as well. For males, the second most popular reason for being arrested was drink driving, while for females it was, if we see, it was for males it was, yeah, drink driving, and for females it was assault. Here you can see this. So then the third, the remaining reasons among other important reasons were other reason, and more or less important was a breach of order, but both of them, all of them were accounted for less than 20%, and only the very insignificant group was no answer group, or the miscellaneous group, we can call it like this as well, and just mention this one. Yeah, I know it's a bit long for this chart, but I want to explain the structure. It's very important. And let me again focus on selecting key figures, and it's super important, actually. It's super important to summarize key information and make comparisons where relevant. So here you can see the table, actually, with two different pieces of information. In the first one, we'll talk about the proportion of people from each family type, and in the second one, we see the number of people in each group. We can see the total of all households, and the number of people in this household. So single aged couples, single no children, couples no children, sole parents, couples with children. So there are no traditional families, and we need to calculate this figure. So we need to talk about specific vulnerable, let's say, groups of families, and among them we can see that the highest percentage was among sole parents and single parents with no children, or single parents with one or with children. And The smallest figure, the smallest category was among aged couples and single age. So aged couples and single age people, people, uh, elderly ones, elder categories, were the smallest ones. And the total, the total of these vulnerable groups was 11%. So you see, I didn't specifically focus on every figure, but I grouped information by like the top ones were these ones, and the smallest ones were these ones. So and here number of people from each family. You see here number of people from each family type living in by the way, poverty, I forgot to mention this one. So we can see that the maximum, the highest number of people in terms of numbers, the highest number of course with in couples, you can see this, right? And the smallest one is among single people and aged couples. Why? The reason is simple. In couples with children, the figure is, you actually multiply it by 4 or 5, let's say, or let's say couples with no children, so you divide by 2 and you find how many couples there are. Or single and no children, let's say. Here it's actually one of the biggest categories here. And sole parents, in the group sole parents, we should also divide at least by 2, because there are people at least of the mother and son, or father and son, or father and daughter, mother and daughter, and so on. Okay, what I'm going to say is that you need to understand chart and select key information. So if you analyze this part, for example, you need to identify the highest ones and the smallest ones, and the remaining ones you can either group like they were below 20, or you can ignore. Yeah, ignoring is also okay, because you don't need to mention every single figure. It is very important. Okay, let's now turn to let me I don't want to now start with process charts because it's difficult. I want to have a separate timing for them. So, oh my god, I opened the wrong week. Okay, so let me show bar graphs for you. So as I said, they are dynamic and static, and the structure is the same for them. You have introduction, overviews, body paragraph 1 and body paragraph 2. And for static charts, it's very important to know the difference between static and dynamic charts. In static charts, you need to focus on the comparison of sectors. So here you see how you need to pay attention which one prevailed, males or females, and this is very important. So for example, here you can see that in science males prevailed, in mathematics males prevailed, in literature, in law, males prevailed. Females prevailed in arts, languages, and social sciences. And the only sector where there was a balance, gender balance, is humanities. Okay, so you need to analyze this chart, and you can divide, you can mention that in the majority of sectors, actually, males prevail over females, or in half, sorry, not majority, because majority is more than half. In half of sectors, males prevail over females, and only in humanities there's a balance between, or there's almost the equal number of both genders choosing this subject. And while dividing your body paragraphs, you can write in body paragraph 1 about subjects which are chosen more by males, and in body paragraph 2 the ones that are chosen by females. You can separately mention humanities if you want, or you can add it to the paragraph 2, the ending. For dynamic charts, it is easier because here you analyze changes in trends within the years. So You can see Samsung, Apple, Nokia, LG, ZTE, and you can see how the first one increased, this increased, this decreased, this decreased, this increased. So we can see 2 decreasing and 3 increasing trends, and we can see that sales were mostly captured by Samsung and Nokia, because you don't only need to, in bar charts and general in dynamic charts, it is very important to see increasing decreasing tendencies, but it's also important to compare different sectors within years, and we can see that in all years Samsung and Nokia prevailed over others, and ZTE, and LG were the least popular ones. Okay, it is very important. Specifically, it is important to mention that Samsung's sales significantly increased while Nokia sales decreased. And if you want, you can actually mention in your paragraphs that actually Samsung and Apple took the market, probably took the market share of Nokia, but again, I don't recommend that, because I said no adding opinion, your own opinion. Okay, well, this is for bar graphs. I won't go to structure very deeply though, because I don't want to take much of your time. It's a short course and you actually know the structure, but let me actually show it to you so that you can clearly understand. Okay, so let's look at this chart. So you see here, we can see UK telephone calls by category. There are 3 categories: local, national and international ones, and mobiles. So we can see that locals increased and decreased. We can see nationals increased, international fixed lines, and mobile phones a noticeable increase within this period, within the 7-year period. It's very important to note this interval, the length of the interval. And what we can see is that in all years, local fixed line kept its leadership position, its leading position, but decreased. In general, it not actually increased and decreased, or despite its growth, it then returned to its previous figure, or we can say recover, because recover is when you decrease and then increase, and comes the point that you were, let's say you were 50, you had $50, you then decreased your amount, then decreased to 35 and then increased by 50. It means that your budget, let's say, recovered. Okay, in terms of national ones, there was an increase, not a significant but increase, and mobile lines almost increased in a very significant way. And what we need to mention, that while it's very in dynamic chart, it's also important, pay attention how the gap was big between them, especially the local line and, let's say, mobiles, and then see how these lines became closer. The gap, the difference between these 3 sectors, these 3 categories, decreased or narrowed. Okay, gap narrows when figures come closer. The gap broadens or becomes bigger when one figure increases and the one significantly decreases. Okay, and you see the introduction part, then in the overview we'll state this, and then we'll say that was the lowest one, it increased at a very fast pace, and we can add that the gap between them decreased. We can add this. And how can we divide it into paragraphs? Generally, in dynamic charts, I recommend that we divide according to time periods. So and we need to find a very important turning point, and here the turning point is 1999. So till 99 we describe in body 1, and after 1999 we describe in body paragraph 2. Okay, so let's see in body paragraph 1. Here we can see between 1995 and 1999 we explain first the top line. It's very important to, by the way, structure your information in body paragraphs. So first you talk about the top figure, how the local fixed line, telephone lines, how they increase, experience a gradual increase, but then till 90 billion minutes, and then similar pattern, not the same, similar pattern was observed by international and national fixed lines, not the same significant level but similar, and the same, we can say that mobile phone popularity of mobile phone usage also increased within this period, and even increased 5-fold, because it was around 2 and it was 10. By the way, you can guess the approximate figure. For example, here the half is 5, so probably it is half of 5, so it's 2.5. That's why we can say that it increased 5-fold, 5 times. Okay, and from 999 onwards we show how the lines show different patterns, opposing trends, and the top one decreased while the remaining 2 ones increased, especially mobile phones, how they increased. Here we can also see the almost 5-fold increase again, but it's not 5-fold, it's here around 4-fold increase. And logically you see the gap between these 3 categories narrowed. It's very important to mention. Well, this is what I wanted to talk about bar chart and general structures. We also see tables, and tables may be different. They may show trends, and they may show let's say 2 different tables, comparison of 2 different tables. Tables may show salaries, and it's very important to analyze them. Okay, also we can see let's say tables for ratings, how people rank. We can also, let me show you this table. Yeah, we can also show static tables where different categories of countries or let's say companies use some categories. Here in these tables, they are, by the way, considered the most difficult ones. You need to highlight highest ones for each. For example, for France, food and drink was most, clothing was the least one. For Germany, it is housing, and clothing was the least one. UK, it's housing, clothing, and entertainment were the least ones. Turkey, it is food and drink, and clothing was the least one. Spain, food and drink, clothing was the least one. So what we can see is that for the majority, for all countries, food and drink and housing, and if you see really people in this country spend more money on food and drink and housing than on clothing and entertainment, and it's normal, of course. Then how can we divide our paragraphs? We can divide our paragraphs according to these sectors: food, drink, and housing in the first paragraph, clothing and entertainment in the second paragraph. And of course, we don't need to mention all figures. For example, I apologize. For France, it is housing, not food and drink. So we can mention France and Germany, that both of which spend people in both of them spend around a third of their budget on housing. In the UK, Turkey, and Spain, over the majority. In the UK and Turkey, over the majority, and in Spain, around the majority of a third of people spend their money on food and drink. In the UK, over the majority of people spend their money on housing. Okay, So only in Turkey and Spain, around a third of people spend their money on food and drinks. Um, and the second, so it's enough. You don't need even to mention the figure for food and drink, let's say in France or in Germany. You highlight that this, and the second, in all countries, the second most popular one was food and drink. You actually mentioned this in the overview. And when you turn to the second body paragraph, you mentioned that clothing and entertainment were the least chosen categories, and in all countries, clothing was the last place, or the least preferred option, or to spend money, say. And only more or less, only in Germany people spend more on clothing and entertainment, and in all other countries like 15 and 90% consequently, subsequently, sorry. um, Accordingly, my apologies. Accordingly means for Germany, clothing is 15 and for entertainment is 19. Okay, for example, German people spend on clothing and entertainment 15% and 90% of their budget respectively, or accordingly. So it means 15% for clothing and 9% for entertainment. We show the order here. And for the remaining countries, it wasn't that much. It was around 10% and even less. And you can also show the exception of Spain, in which spent around 15%, Spanish people that spend around 15% of their money on entertainment. You see, I've just mentioned around 6 or 7 figures, and that's enough. Out of 24 figures, out of these figures, 20 figures, you need to show maximum 7 or 8, even less than the majority. Okay, that will be enough. So you can also see pie charts and some very important words for pie charts. I will actually show them at the end of our video. And pie charts are also, they may be dynamic and static. Actually, the approach is the same. Just don't forget that in pie charts we talk about total and the part of total. Okay, this is very, very important. In terms of process charts and mixed and maps, I want to have a separate video part, and now we'll turn to them, process charts and maps, because they are the most frightening task 1 types for many students. And we're turning to process charts that are considered to be very difficult by many students. And while talking about process charts, it's important to mention 2 types of charts. They are in the forms of pictures, diagrams, or process charts that clearly show step-by-step analysis and the picture. And secondly, flow charts in the forms of algorithms. So we can see the boxes and arrows showing alternative ways and step-by-step processes, but without pictures. Okay, the introduction, the structure of process charts is similar. It consists of the introduction, the overview part. In the introduction, you actually paraphrase the topic again. In the overview part, you approach in a bit different way, like showing the beginning, ending parts, the approximate number of stages, what is required in the process, like is it a man-made process or does it require specific machinery. You can also include the main part of the process if there are no stages, but there are clear, there is a clear division of into 2 categories, into 2 stages. Let's say the day stage and the night stage. You can also mention whether the process is cyclic, the process starts anew again or not. Does it repeat or not? And in body paragraph 1, you explain one part of the process from, let's say, from the beginning till the middle, and in body paragraph 2 the remaining part. Let's say if you have 12 stages, you can describe first 6 stages in the first body paragraph, and in the second and the remaining 6 stages in the second one. Well, yeah, there are some grammatical rules that you need to note in process charts, because it's a bit difficult to paraphrase. So if you see that water is stored in a tank, you can say someone stores water. You don't say like this. You'd better say water is stored in the tank. Or using participle clauses. Let's say by storing potatoes in the pot, cooks try to preserve their temperature. It's a present participle to show purpose. So while storing, or by storing, or just storing potatoes. You actually so who stores? Cooks store them. Okay, I'll actually explain this in the video for grammar. Okay, past and perfect participles can also be used. Let's say kept in the freezer, potatoes become crunchy. Kept, because potatoes don't keep themselves, they are kept by someone. That's how we say kept in the freezer, potatoes become crunchy. Or when we want to show the order of process, the sequence, we can say perfect participle. It's having plus past participle. For example, having been divided into several pieces, potatoes then undergo a mashing process, let's say, or the mashing process if you specifically refer to one process that happens somewhere. Okay, so they are first divided and then they undergo this mashing process. Linking devices are also important in process charts. In order to show first steps, you can say initially, first of all, the first step, the first stages. When you don't want to show the next stages, you show afterwards, next, subsequently, consequently, after being. When X happens, it then turns, then, during the next stage, or during the stage called something. And in order to summarize, you say finally, last, during the final stage, or X finalizes, completes the process. Okay, let me show you one sample. So you see dune formation. It shows 3 pictures how dunes form, and wet and normal dry sand particles form wet and dry ground, and then they turn into dunes. Dunes are very popular and widespread in Hawaii, for example, in deserts, and you can see them, let's say in Africa and so on. So you see the introduction, we see the topic, then we show the overview part, the key information, that how dunes form, what is required, that the process is natural, or does it require some man-made processes. And then we explain what happens in the first stage in the first paragraph, and in the second stage, and second and third stages are shown in the second paragraph, and we show them one by one. And the beginning of the first body paragraph, by this way identify that we're talking about the first stage, and then we talk about the next stages. Process charts may be different. Process charts may provide you with electrical processes, they may provide you with water formation, they may provide you with the production of something, the formation, the life cycle of some animal, and so on, or insect. So process charts are thus difficult because they are very difficult. They have a great number of options actually to be provided to you. Okay. Also be careful with arrows in process charts. You need to be careful. See arrow, so first corning, then storing, then milling, then cooking, then fermenting, then separating, and you see here is a zigzag. Okay, some students may confuse them, but follow orders, always follow orders. Okay, it is very important. And maps. Common maps are like this. They provide you the picture of the map number 1, the map number 2, and in different periods. let's say past and today, or today and in the future. Okay, so they may be different. As I said, they may be different. They can also give you a picture and how the area grew during the period of time. They may be one picture. Okay. While writing about maps, we can call them the picture, the illustration, or here we can see two pictures, so we can say two pictures, two illustrations, or the illustrations, the maps. Okay. Well, here you can see map 1 and map 2. You need to pay attention to very important details. For example, entrance. There were two entrances. Entrances were same. In the middle part there was a fountain, now is a rose garden with seats. There was a stage for musicians, and now there's an amphitheater for concerts. There were seats, and now the places for sitting have replaced. The rose garden here remained the same, but a rose garden to the left of the first entrance has been changed into the cafe, and the pond has been transformed into the children's play area. Well, by the way, while mentioning entrances, entrance to the Arnold Avenue and entrance from the Eldon Street. Okay, so it will help you. And you can see entrance underground car park, so there's an additional third entrance added. And you need to explain so first of all, in the introduction part, you state what you are going to discuss. The illustrations show how the Grange Park has changed since 1920. In the overview part, you need to say that in general there were a number of facilities, and it turned into a touristic place, and also adapted to children. So some facilities for children have been added with extra entrances and opportunities for parking. Well, and you need to mention that there was a significant modernization or renovation of the park. Then you divide your information into two parts. You can divide the types of facilities, or you can do like this. You can divide the middle part. You can describe the middle part in the first paragraph, and in the second paragraph you can describe what happened with the facilities close to the entrances. Okay, well, it's up to you how to write, how to divide. You can also divide information depending on the location. Let's say to the left, in the left side of the park, in the right side of the park. If you have the compass here, north, west, east, south, you can also write in the western part, the eastern part, so you can also write like this as well. Let me show you another map. No, let me show you a traditional map. Well, the area of some place, so the renovation of map. Here you see the main road, the school, park, and how the new road has been built. It has been a roundabout. The main road has been turned into a pedestrianized area. Shops to the left of the main road have been transformed to a number of different facilities, and one of them being the shopping center. Shops to the right of the main road have been preserved, so housing opportunities have been increased, and the park has decreased in size, which is very, very important. And you can't probably see it here, but school has been preserved, and the road from the park to the school has been built, an extra actual road, and which has created the northbound road and the southbound road. And the main road itself has been turned into a pedestrianized area, like let's say, many streets in the city centers. Like in our country, in Baku, for example, we have the same road, like Targova Nizami Street. Here I have provided you with two samples. Actually, it's the same. The introduction part, the overview part, where you mention key points that you expect to describe. So key facilities that you are going to discuss. What has changed, sorry. And in body paragraph 1 you can describe road facilities, for example, how they changed, and in the body paragraph 2 you can describe other facilities. You can also do like this. You can discuss what happened to the north of the main road, or let's say in the northern part of this Islip town center, and what has happened to the southern part, in the southern part of this center, so to the south of the main road. You can do it like this as well. The problem of maps is that you need to describe it in the way that examiners may create the picture in their brain while reading it. In general, while writing task 1, not only maps, any task 1, examiners, while reading your report, need to create this picture in their brains. In this way, your writing will be perfect. For example, while describing the picture, you may write like this. The main road, which passes through the center of this of the city center, is surrounded by shops on the left and the right side, and has two roads to the south, and has two additional extra roads leading to the south. One leads to school, and one road leads to the southeast, to the school, and the other one leads to the southwest, to this part, right? Or to the south, you can say, or south, or you can say southwestern road, like this, and southeastern road. Actually, it's a bit strange to call them southwest, because southwest is generally like exactly this, sorry, like this, and the road doesn't come here, but in the southwestern part, the road, additional road from the main road to in the southwestern part, leads to school, and the road in the southeastern part leads to park. And these two roads are now linked and create, and with the northern road together, create a roundabout. It's very important to describe it appropriately. And the city center is now surrounded by a big roundabout, and the main road, which was inside, or which was across the center, is now a pedestrianized road, which is surrounded by different facilities on the left and right. It's very important. Okay, and for example, while talking about housing, for example, a new housing, you need to mention that they are between shops along the main road and the southbound road. Southbound means the road of the southern part, and northbound, which is on the northern part. Okay, and that's it for maps. It's very important to note the locations of main objects so that the examiner can identify what is where. But remember, you, in writing task 1, you do not need to write more than 170 words. It's very important. If you write more than 170 words, let me write it. Do not write more than 170 words. If you write more than 170 words, you are likely to lose your score. in task response, in task achievement, because you provide an over detailed report, and it is bad. That they write at least 150 words, but believe me, it's better to write 146 or 149 words than 185 or 250 words in writing task 1. So that's all for writing task 1, and let me now turn to writing task 2. Well, now we turn to writing task 2, and if you remember from our previous class, the previous part, I said that writing task 2 is twice as important as task 1. And there are a number of question types that you need to know, and I will now explain each of them, and you will see. The most common type of questions in writing task 1 is to what extent do you agree or disagree. For example, everyone should study mathematics at school. To what extent do you agree or disagree? In this essay, you need to show the extent of your agreement or disagreement with this topic. And generally, writing questions are divided into two main categories: questions requiring your own opinion and questions not requiring your opinion. You're just presenting your ideas, not opinion. The difference between the opinion and idea is that in your opinion, you explain how you behave towards some subject. For example, if I ask you, do you like iPhones? You say yeah, no. You say why you like iPhones. Do you agree that iPhones are great, and so on. But if this is your opinion. But if I'm asking you, if I say, what are the advantages of iPhone? And here, even if you don't like iPhone, you need to state some advantages. Let's say you're a fan of Samsung, but you still tell me a number of advantages, and this is required by the topic. Well, in this topic, you show your opinion, and it is a clearly stated opinion question. You show, do you agree that mathematics should be studied at school, or you don't agree with this? And remember, in writing, discussing the topic is important. You are required to discuss in this topic math. Do you think that math should be studied at school by everyone? You are not required to discuss whether languages are more important than math, or I don't know, math at high school or math at university. No, you are discussing about math at school, in all school classes for everyone. So do you agree with this or not? Okay. The second question type is, what is your opinion? It's actually identical to what extent do you agree or disagree, but sometimes it may be given in the form of dilemma. For example, some say like this, others say like this. What's your opinion? So you just choose the one that you support and explain why you support this view. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Questions may also be given in the best alternative way. We can separate it as an additional type. They are the best way or the only way essays. There are two types. The best way to avoid conflict is not to participate in them. To what extent do you agree or disagree? So you either agree that it is the best way, or you say, yeah, that's good, but there are better ways, and explain why. Or the only way to avoid conflict is not to participate in them, and you either agree that yes, this is the only way, not to take part in conflicts, or you say no, this is not the only way, there are other alternatives, and you explain. Okay, discuss both views and give your opinion is also your opinion question, because you see, discuss both views and give your own opinion. So there are two alternatives. Alternative 1, government should organize sport facilities. We can also write sports facilities in the form of subjects. Others believe that it is the responsibility of private organizations. So who should do this? Governmental sector or the private sector? And you discuss which view is right, is appropriate, is logical, cogent, doesn't matter. So, but still, even if you choose one of these two views, you need to cover the opposite view as well. People prefer to live alone. Is it a positive or negative development? So here you need to be careful. It is the result essay, so but it's your opinion essay as well. So do you think it is good? It leads to good things or bad things? Actually, it's like this. Or here you also show your opinion. People today prefer to live alone. Why? Is the positive or negative develop? Double question essay. So 2 questions and you answer each of them separately, and the problem of many students is that they quite often ignore why question and focus only on this second question. No, you shouldn't do this. You should focus on each of these questions separately. Why and even why should be written in one paragraph, and is the positive negative development in the second paragraph. People prefer today to live alone. Do advantages outweigh advantages? It means which side is stronger, advantage side or disadvantage side. It means that you still need to cover both sides, but it's important to choose one of them. Are there more advantages than disadvantages? This essay type is given for mainly for general training IELTS. Here you compare which side is stronger in terms of the number. So you may say that there are some advantages, but disadvantages are more, let's say. You compare the number of benefits and drawbacks. Many people move to big cities these days. Why? How to prevent it? Yeah, that's also normal. And you in this essay type you compare reasons why people move to big cities and solutions to how to avoid let's say this movement, and how to prevent reasons contributing to this problem, to the situation. Many people move to big cities these days. What problems does it create? How to prevent them? In this case, we need to talk about problems caused by the movement of people to big cities and how to prevent these problems. And single question essays, separate question essays. So here, today many governments cooperate in various organizations. Is it important for them to cooperate? Well, here you just need to answer to this question, and that's it. By the way, 9, 10 are non-opinion questions. So when the answer to the question is not yes, no, and when the question doesn't require doesn't contain the word you, your opinion, your thought, so like this, it means that it's not your opinion question. For example, what are methods of preventing? So what are the methods of preventing? This question doesn't require your opinion. Okay. But it requires your ideas still, and that's why you can say I believe, I think, but in general you can use in my opinion, I believe, I think in questions requiring your opinion. And before turning to writing task 2, I would like to show you the score calculator because many students are interested in it. Well, the score calculator for task 1 and task 2. Many people don't know this and think that maybe there are some math problems. No. Actually, you know that writing task 1 and task 2 is assessed according to 4 criteria. It is task achievement in task 1 or task response. So how well you address the topic, coherence, cohesion, structure and linkage between sentences, paragraphs, lexical resource, vocabulary and grammatical range and accuracy, and the total score. So the total is calculated for task 1, the total for task 2, and the total for writing task in general. Well, let's say for task 1 you get 6777. The overall for task 1 will not be 7, it will be 6.5. Okay. For writing task, let's say you get 8777, and don't think that you will get here 7.5. No, it's 7, unfortunately, but if it is 8877, it will be 7.5. Okay, 2827 will give you 7.5. Yeah, unfortunately, rounding is not as it is in the normal situation in math, but this is not the case for the overall score. Okay, for example, if you get, let's say, from listening 8, let's say from reading, writing and speaking 7, your overall will be 7.5. okay, be careful. Let's say, let me write it again. So This calculation is only for band descriptors for writing and speaking. But let's say you get from listening, let's say listening, reading, writing, and speaking, okay, and overall band score. Let's say from listening you get 8, from reading you get 7, from writing you get 7, from speaking you get 7. Your overall will be rounded, calculated and divided by 4, and you'll get 7.5. If you get 7.25, you round it to 7.5. Okay, if you get 7.125, you get it 7. Okay, it is very important to know that for writing and speaking score calculators, it is not the same. Okay, they don't round like this. So if it is 7.25, it will be rounded as 7. Okay, unfortunately. And then according to the calculator, each for both tasks, task response is calculated, then cohesion, then lexical resource, then grammatical range and accuracy, and generally task 1 score plus task 2 multiplied by 2, and total is divisible by 3, and it equals to the total task response, and the same as here. So 7 plus 7 multiplied by 2 in brackets divisible by 3, and you get 7. Okay, so and in this and by this you get the overall 7, by the way. But if it is vice versa, let's say you get here 8, let's say here 6, let's say, and the situation is like this, it's highly likely that you will get 6.5, and your score here will be like this. Okay, unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately it will be like this. That's why task 2 is twice as important as task 1, both because of the number of words and because it's weight. Okay, and IELTS officially claims it, so don't think that it's something secret. Okay, now let's turn to question types. Okay, so let's start from first of all from the structure of essays, and let's analyze it based on the positive negative development essay. So I won't focus on the ways of answering these questions. You normally know that when you show your opinion, you can support one side. Let's say you can write only positive, only negative. You can, let's say, be partly positive, partly negative. You can be mostly negative. So you are generally negative towards some view. You think in a positive way, mostly in a positive way for some view. So these always are up to you, and I'm not going to discuss essay types very detailedly here because it will take much of our time. But what I'm going to discuss is the structure. That is very important. Normally IELTS writing task 2 essays consist of the typical structure, the introduction, body paragraphs, and conclusion part. Okay, so the introduction part is the part that requires that you state the topic and answer the question or questions given to you clearly. For example, today many people work online without face-to-face interaction. Is the positive or negative development? Well, first of all, we restate the topic. Some students ask, do we need hooks, hook statements, or some, let's say, introduction before the introduction, preface, I don't know, something like that? No, you actually don't need it. If you are a TOEFL student, if you are a GR, a GMAT student, yeah, you can use it. In GMAT, you know, in GR issue tasks, let's say in TOEFL statement, in TOEFL essays, yeah, you can use in independent writing, for example, or in PTE, Pearson, and so on. So, but in IELTS, you don't need it. Of course, if you write it, no one is going to kill you, but it may be considered out of topic, because knowing many students across the globe and how they write hook statements, they start from exactly the opposite trend. Let's say if we talk about working online, they may say, Work is a very important factor of our life, is a very important category in our life, and it's impossible to imagine our life without work. No, you don't need it. The topic doesn't talk about the role of work, and that's why you don't need to talk about it. What you need is restating this statement in the first sentence, okay? And this is what I did. In the second sentence of the introduction, you need to restate the topic. You need to answer this question: is the positive or negative development? While the tendency leads to some benefits, I firmly believe that this is a negative change in general. Yeah, there may be some benefits, but in general, I believe it's negative. Okay, great. Introduction structure is clear. We restate the topic and then answer the question clearly. What to do with body paragraphs? The main struggle for many students is writing body paragraphs. It's a nightmare for many students. They don't know how to start, how to write it, and so on. Well, the typical structure for introductions is clear, but for body paragraphs, you may have a number of different structures. Actually, you are not limited only to this one, but what I think is that it is the easiest way of writing. So it's actually like the piece of bread with some slices of, let's say, sausage, or I don't know, cheese, and then again bread. So something like a sandwich. It's okay to call it a sandwich structure, but it's a common essay structure for body paragraphs. So first of all, what you need to clearly do is to state your argument in the first sentence. Or if you have a couple of arguments, let's say 2 arguments, you can state in the first sentence that there are a number of benefits. Okay, you will now see this. Let's say that we have one argument. Okay, we stated that working leads to decreasing productivity. Okay. While stating our argument, whenever we state our argument, we need to clarify why we think like this. And why does it decrease productivity? Because they are bothered by their family members, for example, and they are required to engage in household activities. And their managers aren't able to constantly contact with them, and managers aren't able to monitor their activities. And what happens as a result? Their home can generally thwart some workers from submitting their tasks on time, and that doesn't allow them to provide high quality work. And let's analyze what the argument is in general. For example, you're asked, do you like fast food? You say no. No, it causes health problems. Okay, health problem is your argument. You don't like fast food because it causes health problems. Okay, it's your general answer. So the argument is the general short answer that the examiner is trying to find in your essay. And then when you tell about health problems, you need to clarify what type of health problems, why do they happen, how do they happen, and what happens as a result. Well, while consuming products from fast food restaurants, people may become exposed to it. It's up to you. It's better to soften, of course, because you cannot say about all fast food. Or in general, while consuming fast food from fast food restaurants, people may become exposed to various illnesses such as obesity, diabetes, and after some time, because of high levels of fat and sugar that this meal contain, for example. Okay, so here you explain what type of health problems it may incur. Okay, and you can summarize your argument with the result or the further explanation, like what happens as a result. what can be said in general then? Thus, eating this type of food can be harmful in long run, because little by little, these people are exposed to um, high levels of fat and sugar in their diet. Sometimes our paragraphs may contain 2-3 ideas because of the topic type, because of questions. For example, in problems and solutions question, we're required to write at least 2 problems, because the question says what problems does it create. And here, having a general sentence is very good. So you have a general sentence, then you state the argument 1, explain it, then the argument 2, explain it with by the way, examples are also good, and I really love examples being added to writing. It's very super important to add at least 1 example in your writing. Because quite often in the instruction part you can read like this: provide examples from your real life. So it means that it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to provide examples from your own experiences. No, you can talk about experiences that you have heard, and sometimes you can create these experiences in your brain. Of course, they should be relevant, and of course they should be credible, because one needs to believe in them. Credible information is very important in this term. But argument 2, it's example with explanation. So examples can be the part of explanation, actually can be given separately, but remember one thing: you don't need to repeat your explanation. If your explanation perfectly clarifies everything, you don't need an example. Or instead of the explanation, you can write 1 example, put it here, and it will explain better than general words and explanation. Okay, here I show the example of the COVID-19 pandemic in Azerbaijan, and then the further clarification of the example. Sometimes examples need to be clarified. Okay, and general sentences are good. There are 2 main positive results of working online. Working online can lead to a number of benefits, and so on. And finally we get the conclusion part. Remember one important thing: without a conclusion you won't get higher than 6 from writing. Why? Because even if you don't have enough time to write your arguments, let's say by the paragraph and so on, you still need to have a conclusion, because without a conclusion, without the end, you won't be able to get a very high score, as it is with the task 1 overview. If you don't have an overview, regardless of the level of perfectness, regardless of the level of mastery in your writing, you won't get a high score from writing. That's why the overview in task 1 and the conclusion is task 2 are must to have, not nice to have. They are must. Okay, now let's analyze some samples and sample questions, analyze how to approach different question types. As I said, by the way, for conclusions, it's better to write in conclusion, to summarize, and don't need to fancy to summarize what I mentioned in my paragraphs, comma, no need, or to recap, no need for them. Keep it simple. Well, it is very important to provide relevant ideas and relevant points for your essay. Let's consider problem solution and co-solution essays. For problem solution and co-solution essays, it is important to identify the difference. Is the problem solution or co-solution essay? For example, today many people suffer from obesity. Why? How to prevent it? Great. Why means reason. How to prevent it? Solution. Okay. So in reason solution or co-solution essays, we are required to show the reasons why people become obese and how to prevent these reasons and prevent these people from their suffering. For example, we can say that they don't engage in sport. Really, people become obese because they don't engage in sport, in sports classes, in sports facilities, and so on. And what is the solution? The solution is to organize compulsory sports training for everyone. Let's consider the same topic for problem solution. I just want you to understand the difference because many students consider them similar. For co-solution they write problem solution, for problem solution they write co-solution, and then while getting 6 or 5.5 from writing, they become shocked because they think that they wrote a perfect essay. But this is not the case. Well, and for this, it's important to understand that problems mean that people suffer from obesity. What problems does this suffering create? Okay, and how to prevent these problems? Okay, for example, people suffer from obesity. The problem is that it leads to more serious illnesses than obesity, like diabetes. And solution is reducing consumption of sugar and fat. If we reduce consumption of sugar and fat, we decrease the risk of getting diabetes, and in the long run we can prevent the illness called obesity. Okay, well, the typical structure for co-solution and problem solution essays is also let's say introduction, body paragraph 1, body paragraph 2, conclusion. In the introduction part, you again restate the topic, and then you tell that I will discuss problems and solutions, or cause and solutions. Here it is reasons and solutions. So in body paragraph 1 you state reasons, reason 1 and reason 2. In body paragraph 2 you state solutions to them. Normally reasons should be adequate, solutions should be adequate to reasons. So reason 1 and solution 1 should solve the reason 1, and the solution number 2 should solve the solution number 1, the reason number 2. Okay, it is very, very important. And remember, if the essay says what are reasons, or what are the reasons, it means that you need to provide at least 2 reasons. And don't provide too many reasons, like 3, 4, 5. 2 are enough. The number 2 is okay. Okay, but the case is with providing reasons. And if you provide solutions, you need to provide solution for, you see, parents and teacher, solution for parents and solution for teachers. Okay, it's very important. And in the conclusion part, you restate your solutions and your problems, your reasons. So you don't need to restate all arguments, you need to restate only main ones. Okay, for double question essays, like let's say you see 2 questions. Some people think that there should be same point for every crime type. So if you kill someone, if you steal, if you let's say if you commit any crime type, there should be every time the same punishment. Why do you think it's always right to do this? So again, you restate the topic and then you mention both questions. So there are some reasons, and I don't think it's right to do this. In the first paragraph, you need to answer the first question, why. In the second paragraph, you restate, you answer the question number 2 and say, do you think It's always try to do this or not. Okay, it's super easy. For y and positive negative development, so if you remember, we said that sometimes positive negative development may be alone, sometimes it will be with the question why, and sometimes instead of the positive or negative development, they may be do advantages outweigh its advantages. Actually, the approach may be the same. Again, in the introduction part you state the topic, and then in the second sentence you state that there are some reasons, and I think the negative sides are more important. In body paragraph 1 you talk about the first question, why. It's very important. Many people ignore why here, and that's why they lose task response. It goes to 5, and imagine what happens with the overall score. And in the second paragraph and third paragraph, and here you can write 3 paragraphs if you think that it's both positive and negative. In one paragraph you write about why, in one paragraph you write about positive, and in why about negative. You may ask me how to, so body paragraph 1 why, body paragraph 2 positive, let's say body paragraph 3 negative. And you may say, is it important to change the orders? Well, it's up to you. Normally we write in the last paragraph the strongest side, so if you think that it's more negative than positive, then keep the stronger side at the end, closer to the end, closer to the conclusion. Okay, it is my recommendation. Let me now turn to agree disagree questions, and here you can see let's say the topic about spending much money on cosmic research and it's a wastage of money. Do you think like this or not? So again, you introduce the topic, and in the second sentence you state your view, and then you argue if you agree. Let's say you provide 2 agree reasons. You need to provide for every agree reason you need to provide in a separate paragraph. If you agree and disagree both, you can write your agreement reason in paragraph 1, disagreement reason in paragraph 2. Again, you may say, does it matter which one to write in which paragraph? Yeah, it's better to write the stronger side if you agree and disagree, but you more agree. Let's say in this case it's better to start with disagreement and then move to agreement. Okay, and in the conclusion you restate your arguments. For best way essays, the structure is the same actually, as I explained for agree and disagree questions. For is it your opinion essays, the structure is the same. Actually, there is nothing specific to add here, but just be careful if it gives you 2 alternatives. Let's say it says that some people say X good, others say Y is good. What's your opinion? So like be careful, because you're provided with 2 different ideas and you need to choose which one is stronger. If you choose, let's say, one side X, you need to explain why X is more important than Y, and here comparison is important. If you just talk about X without mentioning Y, you may lose your task response point, which is describing the topic. Okay, but if you discuss, it's perfect. For discuss both views and give your opinion, here you need to just be careful, because there are 2 opposite views. Strict punishments are good, strict punishments aren't good, and there are more effective measures. Other measures are more effective. So which is your discuss both views and give your opinion. Compared with other views, here you need to discuss both of these views, and here you have the debate. In the introduction you mentioned this debate, and then you mentioned which side you support, they stand by. In body paragraph 1, in one of the body paragraphs you need to state your view. In the other paragraph you state the opposite view. For example, you support strict punishments, explain why you support strict punishments, and in the other paragraph explain why other people think other measures are effective and you don't agree with them. Okay, I generally recommend that you write it in the first paragraph, because in the first paragraph it is better to discuss the opposite view. In the second paragraph it's better to discuss your view and explain why your view is more logical. In the conclusion you restate your view and discuss advantages essay. So actually here I've written 4 question types for discuss advantages and advantages. Discuss advantages and disadvantages. What are advantages? This is the classic type. It doesn't require your opinion, but it is not given on the exam. I haven't seen it so far. Maybe once in a blue moon you may see this on your exam. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but it's just discussing benefits and drawbacks. 1 paragraph for benefits and 1 paragraph for drawbacks. In conclusion, you restate your ideas. For do advantages outweigh advantages, here you need to be careful, because you need to outweigh not because of the number of arguments, but because you need to explain which side is stronger for you. For example, advantages and disadvantages of flying using let's say low-cost airlines. Let's say what are advantages and disadvantages for people? Advantages are that flights become affordable. It's perfect. Everyone can fly whenever they want for a fraction of cost. But the disadvantage is that safety measures may not be let's say may not be followed. You know that low coasters they pay attention to their safety, of course, but there may be problems with safety. And you may mention about cancellations, frequent cancellations that may force people to change their plans. And here, for example, we can say that advantages outweigh advantages, because safety is a very strong argument, and cancellation of plans is also strong. And do you need this cheap ticket if it has a risk of being cancelled and a higher risk of being cancelled? For example, of course you can write in an opposite way. You may praise them and you can say that the only negative side, the only drawback is the low level of service, but for people it's not that important, because they just need it for 2-3 hours, maximum 10 hours. And for people who prefer cheap flights, the level of service is not important. That's why benefits outweigh drawbacks. And again, the stronger side is better be written in the second paragraph. And in the conclusion, you state why your stronger side is this one, the benefit side or the drawback side. More side here, you can generally see this in the general training IELTS. The structure is the same as outweigh essays, just the matter here is not the quality of arguments, but the quantity of arguments. You need to choose which side is has more arguments, like benefits or drawbacks. For example, you can write 2 benefits and 3 drawbacks. It means that drawbacks are more than benefits. And the result type, does this tendency lead to more advantages than disadvantages? Yeah. You may have noticed that benefits and drawbacks, this essay type, does it have, what are advantages and disadvantages, and is the positive or negative development? The difference between these essays is that in advantages and disadvantages we state arguments as some pluses and minuses, but in positive negative development essays, or in this essay that does this lead to more advantages than disadvantages, we are required to state in a result way. So we need to state it as the result of something. So, and that's why while writing this essay we need to use phrase like it results in, it causes, it brings, it leads to some benefits and drawback, and so on. Okay, these are all essay types that you need to know, and let's now see what is important in writing. Let's discuss let me show, yeah. So let me show you how to work with writing task 2 and writing task 1 on your exam. Let's consider that you have this writing task 2 and this writing task 1. You have 1 hour. It's not that much. But planning is super important. What should we do? First of all, we need to read the question for writing task 2 twice and create a plan for it. It's very important because task 2 is twice as important as task 1. You don't need to forget it. And if you consider writing task 1, write task 1 should be written in about 15 to 20 minutes. So while writing essays, you need to first analyze the task 2 topic, understand it, and try to plan it within 3-4 minutes. Then when you're ready with task 2, move to task 1 and try to analyze it. If it's a chart with many figures like here, first try to understand figures and topic. It is important to understand the topic, the percentage of people living in urban areas. Okay, great. So 76 in 2009 in France means that in France 76% of people live in urban areas, in cities. So 2009, 2010 change. So it shows how much the figure increased or decreased. And we can see that in most cases it increased, just only in the case of Hong Kong it decreased. Okay. The percentage in the USA is lower. Okay, we see that they have actually written this in the descending order. You see from the biggest to the lowest one. And in general, we can see that in Germany, despite having the lowest figure, the growth rate was the highest one. It is very important to mention. And it's worth mentioning, you need to mention this before writing this essay, this report, sorry. You need to mention France, that being the top in this list, it didn't experience any change. Okay, and the most significant change was experienced by Turkey, China, and Germany, especially Germany. Hong Kong was the only country, I won't say the country because the mainland China doesn't accept that the country, but okay, let's say the region, the place, which has the lowest number, and the change here, the percentage change here, decreased. So it means that the change was negative here. It's a negative trend, and all other countries have the positive trend, with the exception of France, because there is no change at all. And now you can write your introduction for task 1. Let's say the table shows the percentage of people living in cities in 9 countries, or 9 regions in 2009 2010, and how this figure and the change, or the growth or decrease rate, or the change or percentage change within this period. Okay, you can also write the overview that France topped the table in both years, while there was no change within this 1 year, and Turkey, China, and Germany had the highest change rates, had the highest change rates, had the higher increase rates, for example, and Hong Kong was the only country, the only region, let's say, that experienced a negative trend. And then you can divide your paragraph information into paragraphs. Like in body 1, you can write about countries France to Italy, and in the second paragraph you can write about Turkey, China, and Germany. for example, and Hong Kong separately if you want, or you can write it at the end of the second paragraph, mention that there was a negative change only in this country. So highest changes and negative change in one paragraph, the remaining ones in the second paragraph. Like this. But what I do recommend is that you write introduction and paragraph and overview and divide your information into paragraphs, but don't write paragraphs. Move to task 2 and write it totally. Then keep some time for task 1. And after you finish, you're done with task 2, move to writing task 1 and complete it. Because if you don't complete writing task 2, it will bring you many problems. But if you don't complete task 1, it will bring you many problems, but not that many. Okay? So that's why always prioritize task 2 over task 1. But make sure to write at least introduction, overview, and some paragraphing for task 1. Okay? Now regarding task 2. It is very important to read your task 2 very carefully and understand. First of all, understand the instruction. Discuss both views and give your opinion, your own opinion. It means that there should be the opposite view and your view. So in one paragraph, you'll write the opposite view and explain it. In the second paragraph, in the other paragraph, you'll write your view and explain why you think your view is more logical. Okay, this is understood, the structure we know, but it is important to analyze the topic itself. Some people feel that the equality between the genders has already been achieved. It's key, while others feel that there is considerable progress to be made. So the view number 1 says the equality between genders should be achieved. Is achieved. So we already have gender equality. The view number 2 says no, we still need progress in this field. Great. And we have understood the topic. After we understand the topic, we need to write. We need to choose which view we support. If you cannot choose, let's say view 1 achieved, and view 2 not achieved. So if you cannot choose which one is yours, first write your argument. So okay, yes, achieved equality at work, for example, equality at, let's say, at work, let's say equality while division of household tasks, but it's not achieved, let's say, in science, in STEM subjects, right? So and achieved in STEM and, let's say, science subjects. Well, then you decide which view is yours. For example, let's say I support this view, it's achieved. And in body 1, I will have the introduction where I will restate this debate. So there are some that think that gender equality has been provided in the world, has been, let's say, has been seriously considered in the world. Others think that no, we still need to provide some equality, the gender equality should be still provided in some areas, in some domains, and so on. I believe that it has already been achieved, and there has been a significant change in this matter. By the way, you can add here also the participation in the process happening in a country, like voting and so on. Women 100 years ago, women were not required to, were not allowed to vote. But now we can hardly imagine a country where women do not vote. Even in many dictatorial authoritarian countries, women are allowed to vote. So and then we decide on which side is ours. Let's say achieved. So in body 1 we can write about some people thinking that it's not achieved, it hasn't been achieved, why it hasn't been achieved, and why we need to make progress here. We need to explain that they believe that in STEM and science we need women involvement, and female scientists in STEM should be given access to STEM and science, the academia, the academic world, and so on. In body paragraph 2 you can write that now there is no restriction to, in my opinion, there is no restriction to be involved in any university degree, so it means in STEM and science as well. So the opposite view doesn't seem logical. They are now also there is also equality at workplace, because there are strict gender equality policies, and for this employers may pay significant fines, and that's why just because of this they will avoid this. In terms of household tasks, the promotion of the equality on the internet and among people has made it a serious issue. Then you can mention, as I said, political involvement of women in the recent years, in the recent decades, sorry, not years. And that's why actually there has been considerable progress. Women are allowed to vote. Women are not only voting, they are selected as presidents, as top people in governments in many countries, including our country. The head deputy in our country, the head parliamentary, is a woman. So you can show this example. And even in Eastern countries, as Azerbaijan, women are allowed to participate in presidential elections, and the head of the parliament is a woman. Okay. So, and then in conclusion, you restate your views regarding this topic. I also wanted to show some interesting questions, some interesting points regarding task 2. Let's analyze this topic. The internet means people don't need to travel to foreign countries to understand how other people live. What's your opinion? This question clearly requires your opinion, and you need to analyze. So, we see the internet as a solution to avoiding traveling or not going to travel. So, the internet means that people don't need to travel to foreign countries to understand how others live. So, do you agree that the internet may give us information about people's living conditions, habits, traditions, and it can replace the traditional way of people traveling to these countries in order to see it? For example, if I like an African culture, sorry, I can just Google it and find enough information about the African civilizations, the African tribes, and so on. And I no longer need to travel to this country, to this region, and to the countries in this region. Yeah, Africa is home to different nations, different tribes, and so on. Yeah, I know. But do you think the internet can replace it? Well, you can approach it by listing your arguments. We have agree and we have disagree. First of all, agree. Yeah, there are bloggers Oh, by the way, in our vloggers that have very interesting channels on YouTube, Telegram, and so on, different social networks that provide us with enough information. Secondly, people from these regions are also available on the internet, so one can write to them and ask about this. But bloggers and vloggers are generally doing it in a more professional way. They visit this country, they create interesting videos, they visit some specific particular places, place of interest and so on, place of attraction and so on. But why can we disagree with this? We can say that, for example, information may be biased and or one-sided. Well, while discussing some information on the internet, we can see that people themselves add some their own personal opinions, and how one person reviews or sees something or analyzes something, perceives something, is quite often different from the way the other person or any other person does it. It means we cannot rely on the perception, the view, the opinion, the belief of one person or a group of persons. And even this can be proven by the comments written by local people living in this country, who often negate, who often show their regret or show their dissatisfaction with the way their country was presented in one or another video. And also remember about sponsorship of bloggers, and quite often bloggers may deliberately misrepresent or deliberately praise this country and show fake information, fake facts about it, so that a person who is watching this blog or vlog may not understand the true situation there. Secondly, there are some places that are better be seen by people themselves, and neither pictures nor videos can explain the natural beauty, the aesthetic qualities, the aesthetic part of this place. Not possible to show, let's say. So, and that's why it is important to visit these places yourself if you really love this place. For example, no matter how many videos or how many photos of Taj Mahal you see, it's better to see it once yourself, because it's a very beautiful structure, and you need monument structure, so you need to see it yourself, for example. Okay, and and here you need to know how people in this region, let's say, of course the topic is not about monuments, it's about how others live. For example, there are like close communities, and also you need to know that bloggers or loggers are frequently visiting these countries for a very short period of time, and they can explain all the situation during a very short period of time, of course with the exception of those people who already live there. And you may have false information about this, because they've been here for a very short period of time, and that's why it's better to visit this country yourself and decide on whether to, let's say, whether it's true or not. Okay, well, that's it for planning. After you plan, you decide which side you support, agree or disagree, for example, and or maybe you both agree and disagree, and you decide the which side is stronger for you, agreement side or disagreement side, or maybe you choose only one side. It's up to you actually. So, and then you start writing. But remember, it is very important to plan. Planning and writing is super important. And to be honest, that's it for writing task 2 in this short course. And it is super important for you to note all of these aspects that I've already explained. For writing task 1, for writing task 2, I know that's a very long video, but you can review it, rewatch it, and decide for you. I believe that this part was very useful, and the key information is to understand the topic carefully. As I said, I showed the example of Taj Mahal, and then I highlighted that we don't talk about monuments and museums. We are talking about understanding how others live, so living conditions of people. That's why be super careful with your topic, because if you go out of topic, if you write off topic, you will lose your score, and it will affect also lexical resource, grammar, coherence, and cohesion. Don't think that they will cut only your task response. Also, while stating facts, make sure that you use softer language. You cannot say government must provide this rights. You should write government needs to provide. In general, governments need to provide. Or you cannot say that criminals commit crimes again. Can you say that ex-criminals commit crimes again in every case? No. There is a tendency that some ex-criminals commit crimes again after being imprisoned. Okay? So, being tentative is very important. Okay? And you can claim that most people don't use most, okay, in writing, because it's dangerous. You can say about most. So there are some important words that you need to remember. If the topic doesn't include all, always, every, most, you don't need to use them. Only if the topic itself uses the word must, in this case you can use. Okay, be careful with your language in writing. It shouldn't be very strict, and it shouldn't be very soft. It is very important. And remember, in writing task 2, you do not need to write only from your own perspective. You answer topics in general and provide your experiences as examples. Your experiences or experiences that you have heard. Thank you very much. Now we turn to speaking. Now we turn to the speaking part. That is the oral or the spoken part of the exam. You know that the IELTS exam consists of the written part, listening, reading, writing, and the spoken part. Regardless of the format of your exam, whether you take IELTS on computer or paper, you are required to take the spoken test in the testing center, face-to-face with a teacher, with a speaking examiner, or you can have the video interview in case of some exam centers that do not have their speaking examiners, or if you have an IELTS at home. Yeah, they have IELTS indicator options, but now IELTS has officially released the opportunity to take IELTS at home, and it will soon be available in our country as well. It will be a proctored exam, and you will really enjoy it. Okay, now let's turn to the speaking part, and let's decide how to ace, how to write perfect. How to speak perfectly. Okay, first of all, we need to know that the speaking part in IELTS compared with TOEFL consists of 3 main parts, not 4. Part 1, part 2, and part 3. In part 1, you are required to talk about general topics. let's say about your work, study, transportation in your country, your, let's say, hobbies, your interests, your, let's say, favorite color, your usage of maps, and so on, so on. Okay. Um, in part two, generally the speaking test consists of 3 parts, and it takes maximum 11 to 14 minutes. And part one takes around 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. And they generally ask you 2 to 3 topics. First of all, I will now explain when we turn to part one. In part two, you have a cue card with a piece of paper and a pencil where you make notes. You have 1 minute to prepare and up to 2 minutes to speak. Okay, from 1 to 2 minutes, you need to speak about this topic for at least 1 minute, ideally closer to 2 minutes. And in part three, you answer more specific, more formal questions regarding part two topic, closer to it or around this topic. For example, if you talk about the occasion when you had to do something in a hurry, you in part three you talk about let's say arriving late, coming after people, time issues, questions about time, and so on. Okay. Well, now let's turn to part one. In the part one, when you come to the exam hall, to the exam room, you bring a piece of ID with yourself and present it to the examiner. He or she turns on the recording and checks your ID and say some phrase. This is a recording by the examiner, his number name and the candidate number name, exam date, exam center, and then he says, "Hi, please introduce yourself." You introduce yourself. He or she asks you a piece of ID, and then he said that now we start the speaking part of the test and we turn to part one. Okay, this is a formal part, and from now on you are being assessed. But don't worry. Imagine that you are talking with your friend, and imagine that you are preparing not for the speaking test, or you are not on the exam. You are just with your friends. You are just talking with someone whom you know. That's why speaking with different people before your exam is good. Now let's turn to the part one. So let's say they turn questions: do you work or study? In part one, you need to be informal. Why? Because part one is daily conversation on different topics. So you don't need to be very, very formal. You need to be informal. It is perfect if you use idioms, if it's perfect if you use phrasal verbs. No need to use memorized phrases, proverbs, quotes, and something like this. Okay? You need to speak from your heart. You need to speak with pauses like native speakers do. For example, in general, do you find it easy to read maps? So you say why and why not? Examiners generally don't ask it. Of course, if you answer this, you need to give a clear answer consisting of at least 2 to 3 sentences. You can say, well, yeah, I find it easy. Well, I don't think it's difficult, or I think it's a piece of cake for me. Let's say I use an idiom, for example. It's a piece of cake for me because maps are super easy to navigate, super easy to find locations. You can find any spot on it, and then quickly find all possible alternative ways to reach another place. Additionally, or what is more, on top of that, because it's more informal and more used. On top of that, maps have indicators of subway stations, bus stations, and so on, so one can easily find easier ways to reach their direction, let's say. Okay. So try to speak, try to provide more information, but regarding the topic. Okay. Because we talk about reading maps. Is it easy to read maps? Yes, that's easy. And why it is easy? Because everything is spotted on a map and it's explained in its legend part, for example. Okay, or you can say roads can be clearly seen. You can easily find different spots on maps because every street is written clearly, and the crossroads, subways, and everything is mentioned on it with specific symbols that can be easily read, that can be easily understood by anyone. That's why it's a piece of cake. Okay, so try to use phrasal verbs, idioms, but don't force yourself. Don't force yourself to use them, because if you say, "Oh my God, I haven't used the phrasal verb in this answer," no, it doesn't work like this, because native speakers and you in your native language, while speaking, you don't force yourself to use some phrasal verbs, idiomatic expressions, informal vocabulary. No, it comes from your heart, and that's why you need to practice some universal phrasal verbs, universal idioms that can be easily used everywhere, or at least in most topics. For example, it's a piece of cake is a phrasal verb that can be easily used everywhere. For example, over the moon, happy. Yeah, of course, saying that, yeah, and I'm over the moon that I can read the map. It's weird. Do you agree with me? It's quite weird. Let's analyze another another speaking question with you so that you can understand. Okay, reading. For example, did you have a favorite book when you were a child? The common problem in part one is that people don't have enough vocabulary. To paraphrase, for example, in part one, we are frequently asked what we like, and many people, yes, say that, yeah, I like it. Yeah, I had a favorite book. But instead of a favorite book, you can use a lovely book. The book I really loved. The book I really enjoyed reading. Okay? And here, cleft sentences may help you. What are cleft sentences? Actually, we'll have it in our grammar course, but let me show you one example. For example, the book I really loved reading was, let's say, Robinson Crusoe, for example, or Peter Pan. And you need to explain why. Because it was about saving or protecting the weak, and against protecting the weak against the rich ones or the stronger ones, and something like this. It was about the struggle between the evil and the good, and how the good always beats the evil, for example, something like this. Okay. The other problem for many students is to answer questions: how frequently, how often, how much reading do you do for your work or studies? Well, they say, I read 2 books a week, for example. Okay, but why? Why 2 books? Why not 4 books? Or you say, I read 150 words, 150 sentences or 150 pages a week. Why? Why not less? You can say, well, for my work, I am required to write different assignments, and normally, not I'm required because it's more formal. Teachers ask me to write, or I am often asked to write, or there's a requirement to write assignments, essays at university, and I need to read around 150 sentences a week, or 150 pages a week in order to write a good assignment, a high quality one, and not to, let's say, not to fail, say, or you can use an idiomatic expression. Okay. So frequently, while being given a dilemma, let's say, do you prefer to read a newspaper or a magazine online, or to buy a copy? Here people are stuck. Like, what should I answer? Don't panic. you need to stick to one side and explain why it's better. For example, here comparison sentences will help you. Well, rather than buying a copy and contributing to the environmental pollution, I would read it online because it's, as I said, it saves the environment. It's green. It's a green option because green is more informal. Let's say it's a green option, and it is more convenient for me. I don't need to go to the buy stand, for example, or I don't know. No, I don't need to go to shops or let's say drug marts or something like this, or try to buy a newspaper or magazine. I can just Google it and find, or I just turn to the website or open the app I need and read newspaper and read news, for example. Okay, so give an extended answer. Just don't say, yeah, I read a newspaper but online. Online is good. No, guys, we are working on getting a high score, and a high score means an extended answer. An extended answer is the answer with your clear yes or no, and then clarification why. Remember your writing argument plus explanation in writing task 2? The same applies to part 1 answers. And remember, you need to be informal. The more informal you are, the better it's for you. In order to increase your level of informality, watch TV series, watch movies, because they will add you informality. And it's important to use contractions here. Let's say, I'd like, I'd say, I'm gonna, I wanna, I'm supposed to, for example. I'm supposed to. Not I am supposed to. I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to read 150 words for my assignments, or 150 pages for my assignments, okay? Well, this is all for part 1. For part 2, the case is a bit different, because here you need to use not only your informal vocabulary, but also your descriptive vocabulary. How well you can describe details. And remember, they give you 1 minute to plan. They give you a cue card. You have 1 minute to plan, and you have after 2 minutes to speak about it. It's very important that you speak at least for 1 minute, and it's very important that you speak around 2 minutes. And the cue card generally starts with a topic. Describe a big city you would like to visit. Okay, this is a city that you wanted to visit. First of all, make a plan, and in your plan, write key answers for everything. So big city, for example, let's say you visit New York. Which big city you'd like to visit? It's New York. How you would travel there? By plane. You can add low cost. What would you do here? Travel, visit, sightseeing, or visit places of attraction. And why you like to visit city? It is my childhood dream. Okay, so after you have planned your key points, you can add some vocabulary like spectacular places, attraction, let's say outstanding view, for example. Describe some monuments, let's say the Statue of Liberty, let's say different museums, New York's famous art gallery, the Central Park, the biggest one in the country, in the whole world, and where many movies were shot, for example, or parts of movies were shot. So add these details to your cue card and then systematize it. Okay, so you'll first talk about the city you'd like to visit, explain how you plan to go there. You plan to go there by plane. There's a direct flight from Baku to New York, for example. why you want to visit this place. And here you need to broaden, because how you travel there is a very short answer. So by by airplane, so you'll use air transportation, and then from the airport you'll say use buses and taxis or public transportation normally, or you may rent a car in the airport and travel in the city. Okay, and what you will do there: visit place of attraction, meet my friends that live there, and so on. In part 2, it is very important to add as many details as possible. It is very important not to stop. It is very important not to go out of topic, because if you describe New York and then switch to the Statue of Liberty, explain its history, explain its importance for the American nation, it will significantly decrease your score, because it is not the topic of your discussion. Remember, you need to talk about the big city you would like to visit. Okay? And while talking about the big city, New York, you need to, in the very beginning, you need to mention that it's a place that is populated by around 20 million people, if I'm not mistaken, of course. Okay, so you need to mention this, that it's a big city, it's a very large city, that one of the top 3, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the top 3 in this list of largest cities. So you can mention some facts like this, because you need to highlight the size of the city, that it is big, that it's large. Okay, and try to find possible synonyms for visit, travel. For example, go to. Okay, I'd like to go to, I'd like to see, I'd like to be in New York, I'd like to travel to this place. Okay, I'd like to have a trip, a short-term trip, a long-term trip, a 1-month trip to New York. Okay, one of my expected travel destinations. It's my childhood dream to travel to. Okay, so big city, large city, megapolis. Okay, and try to city that is home to 20 million people, for example. It's a home to 20 million and more people. Okay, then what would you do there? And by the way, it is not important to divide your time equally. No need. You can talk more about one of the points and less about the other point. Just remember, it is good if you cover all points, but if you skip one point by mistake, not you just forgot to mention how you travel there, no problem, no one is going to kill you or decrease your score because of it. Of course, it is better if you mention it, but if you don't mention it, it's okay, because these points are given for you to have ideas about what to talk. And if you make a plan based on these bullet points, by the way, they are 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, don't forget about the last one. It will be much easier for you to plan, and it will be much easier for you to speak, because you'll be able to look at your notes, you'll be able to discuss them, and you'll be able to, you can make short pauses, it's okay, but remember that speaking at length is important. And by the way, if you struggle to prepare for part 2 topics, remember that there's IELTS Speaking Assistant application, and you can find it on our website as well, Speaking Topics, where you can prepare for part 2 topics beforehand. You can have fresh ideas, but remember one thing: you don't need to memorize your part 2 cue cards. You can review them and make some, let's say, points, notes about each topic, what would you discuss. But if the examiner knows that you memorized some part of your speech, you've memorized it, your part 2 question, your part 3 questions may change completely, and it will decrease your score, because the examiner will know that you memorize, you are good at memorizing and you are bad at speaking. Okay, that's why speak from your heart. Don't focus on ideas. Don't focus on ideal words, and don't think, oh my god, I haven't used this word, I wanted to use this phrase and I haven't used it. Don't think about it. It's totally okay. You have already used better phrases or good phrases that will show your level of vocabulary. And for part 3, by the way, for part 2 you can be both formal and informal. It's totally fine. The thing is that you need to use informal and formal vocabulary both, but you need to be descriptive. Sorry for that. Descriptive. So in part 3, however, the level of formality should be higher, because in part 3, after part 3 you switch to part 3. By the way, sometimes after part 2, examiners may ask you one or two follow-up questions regarding your part 2 cue card. Don't worry, it's totally fine. They just ask it to just make you be prepared for the part 3, one of the hardest parts in IELTS speaking. Why? Because here examiners may debate with you, may disagree with some of your points, and just want you to clarify and add some additional commands and so on, in order to prove that you haven't memorized these answers and so on. Okay, don't worry about this. Even if they debate with you, give you follow-up questions, it's totally fine. It's random, so it's not because you are bad. It's just because for this cue card, the examiner wants to give you an additional question. Or maybe you haven't covered one of the points and the examiner just wants you to answer this in order to increase your score. So don't worry about it, okay? Don't panic. Never panic in your speaking test. This is the key rule for you. In part 3, as I said, it's a more formal discussion. And here you don't need to use idioms. You can use idioms or phrasal verbs, it's okay, but it is better to provide arguments, serious arguments, and show that you can speak on more formal topics, on more serious topics. For example, as we talk about big cities, so visiting cities, the growth of cities, how cities and, let's say, the places of sightseeing, let's say. For example, while answering part 1 question and part 3 question, we can use a bit different method. For part 1, you answer the question and explain the question, use informal vocabulary. But for part 3, you need to state your answer in a clear way and clarify based on different examples. Okay, for example, what are the most interesting things to do while visiting cities on holiday? So for example, here you can see that people can do a number of different things depending on their own interests while visiting cities. Some try to go shopping because shopping is a part of their life. They buy new clothes because of their culture. They always buy new things when they go to new cities. They update their wardrobe when or rewarm their wardrobe when they let's say travel to new cities. Others prefer to spend time going sightseeing, for example, or visiting the place of attraction. I, for example, prefer both. I prefer to find the balance between all of them, and even try some local food in restaurants, for example. Why can it be expensive to visit cities on holiday? So, first of all, expensive, okay, pricey. It is not cheap. So we need to say about the demand. So many people buy it. So the more people buy tickets, the higher the price becomes. So it means that there is the issue of supply demand. So you can mention this and explain that during holidays, some manufacturers, shop owners, and so on, they also increase their prices because they know that tourists are expected to come. So they know that this inflow of tourists will visit their, let's say, their shop or some street, and that's why they increase their fares, price, and so on. Do you think it's better to visit cities alone or in a group with friends? Be careful with comparison questions. You can create a balance. So, for example, it depends on your mood. Sometimes it is better to travel alone because traveling alone may open new horizons for a person, may make him or her more responsible, and it may make some, let's say, people may have some own plans or itineraries for visiting some, let's say, specific places, and while going somewhere with friends, let's say for visiting, let's say, India, for example, it's difficult with friends because there are very different places of attraction, and it's difficult because some people want to visit one place, others want to visit the other place, and so on. But it is better to go with friends. It's better to travel in groups when you go to entertain yourself, not just to travel and enjoy culture. Okay, because not it is hard to find friends that share the same thoughts, the same interests with you, exactly the same. So that's why if you want to entertain yourself, it's better to go with friends. If you want to travel and enjoy culture, um, feel the culture, perceive the culture of some place, be acquainted with different traditions and so on, it's better to go there alone. For example, like this, okay? And be careful while switching from one topic to another because in part 3 there are different topics to discuss. Let's now turn to the growth of cities. So prepare yourself for the growth of cities and think about possible paraphrases for the growth of cities, okay? And in general there aren't more than 5-6 questions in part 3, and again, don't worry if your examiner starts to dispute, but I don't think France can be a problem if you want to visit some place. Okay, but I have had this experience. My friends wanted to visit Taj Mahal. I wanted to visit the famous, for example, place called X, and there was a dispute. We had only 1 day remaining, and we decided to divide ourselves into 2 groups. And the ones who wanted to visit Taj Mahal had an additional plan, and their schedule, their day was divided in a different way, and we did the opposite thing. And so on, so on. Okay, so don't worry. The examiner just wants you to show your skill of argumentation and ability to dispute with someone. Okay, it is not frequent, but it may happen. And if it happens, make sure he or she wants to give you a good score. Okay, don't worry. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't mean that he or she won't give you a high score. Okay, so don't be afraid. And now let me talk about some criteria for speaking. Let me wipe it out. So for speaking, you have 4 criteria, and this is fluency and coherence, it is pronunciation, it is lexical resource, and vocabulary, and grammar. Okay, grammatical range and accuracy. Well, fluency and coherence is how fluently and how fluently you can speak, whether you speak at length or not. What does it mean to speak at length? Speak without significant pauses, and if pauses happen, The pauses are not for in order to look for words. It is about looking for ideas, and I'll give you some tips about it now. Coherence is the way you structure your answer. If you speak without any logical structure, so yes, I like it. Sometimes I don't like it. No, I don't think. Maybe yes, and in some cases I really like to visit this place, but I remember I didn't visit this. So don't speak like this. Your answers should be logical. Next sentence should explain or clarify the previous sentence, and you should have an argument, the first sentence, and then clarify in the next sentences what you want to say. Okay. Pronunciation, I think you understand, and it's not only about pronouncing words correctly, it's also about pronouncing words in either an American way or a British way. So you either need to follow American pronunciation or British pronunciation or Canadian, Australian, so it doesn't matter. So that's why while preparing for the IELTS exam, it is super important to listen to native speakers in one language type, in one accent type. So for example, if you watch British TV series, I don't recommend that you watch American TV series or vice versa, okay? So stick to one of them in both pronunciation and spelling. Of course, they won't if you choose, let's say, spelling in an American style, but in listening, but and in writing. But in speaking, you choose the British style. No one is going to take care of it, to care about it, because speaking, listening, and writing are assessed separately. Just the cases, you need to provide a clear way of presenting yourself. You either stick to the British one or the American one, okay? And pronunciation is not only about pronouncing words, it's also making about making contractions, making pauses, making stress. For example, read this sentence. What I love is chocolate, or it is chocolate that I love, let's say. Okay, read the first sentence. What I love is chocolate. No intonation, no stress. What I really love is chocolate. It's chocolate, okay? So what I really love, so you prepare what I really love, you increase your voice, is chocolate. So you prepare your examiner to hear the answer. Or it is chocolate, so you show it's chocolate that I love, okay? That I really love, okay? Because you want to stress that you love chocolate. I ate chocolate. So I ate chocolate. It means that I, not my friend, ate. I ate chocolate. It means that you haven't brought it, you haven't cut it, you haven't mashed it, I don't know, whatever you did with chocolate. You ate it. Or I ate chocolate. So it means you didn't eat, let's say, some salad or I don't know, soup. You ate chocolate. And it's important to add stress to your speech. Lexical resource is the way of using vocabulary, using paraphrased answers. Like, when do you usually get up? Let's say you say, my day starts with a morning run at 6:30 immediately after I get up. Okay, so it means you are able to paraphrase, you are able to provide vocabulary for a question first. Secondly, you are able to use informal and formal vocabulary wherever it's needed and whenever it's needed. Well, for part one, informal, idioms, phrasal verbs. For part two, descriptive language. For part three, more formal vocabulary. It's important to show, let's say, that you can use some vocabulary structures that can be used universally, like it's worth mentioning. Whatever I do for my family's favor, for example. No matter what I say, I say it for his own sake, for example, or for my own sake, for example. Okay, it's needless to say. So using different linking devices, by the way, it's also good for coherence because it can help you link sentences, and examiners may understand the linkage between sentences. And finally, grammar. Of course, making grammatical mistakes is bad, but grammar is not about making grammatical mistakes. Of course, if you forget articles in simple I'm student, it's a rude mistake. And if you repeat it several times, the examiner may know that you have problems with articles, you have a problem with pre-intermediate level, elementary level grammar, and it's not good for you. Even despite the fact that you use, let's say, complex sentences. But if it happens once or twice during a speaking test, for example, if we get an article while speaking, it's okay, because native speakers themselves may forget some article or may not properly use and self-correct themselves. It's okay, but don't repeatedly self-correct yourself because it will affect your fluency. If you have made a mistake, skip it. Okay, for example, you say, the Taj Mahal. Then say Taj Mahal is a nice place. So show that you have mistakenly chosen the article, and don't panic because of one article or one missed pronoun, preposition, or something like this, the examiner won't decrease your score by 1 point. Okay, they may be minor slips, it's okay, but try not to do them, of course. But it requires much practice. Grammar is not only about simple grammatical mistakes, it's also about the mixture of simple and complex sentences, as it is in the writing test. You need to provide a range of simple and complex grammatical structures. So using participle clauses, conditional clauses, relative clauses, adjective clauses, noun clauses, different tense forms. For example, in part 2, not many people use past forms correctly. For example, you know that in most part 2 topics you can use past simple and past perfect. And when do we use past perfect? When one action happened before the other action in the past. And that's great to show your skill of past perfect. The city I visited was New York because I had always dreamt about it. So you had dreamt and then you visited. Okay, so be careful with this. I know that all of this requires patience and practice, and no one says that IELTS is easy, but IELTS isn't that difficult. So in this short course, I just wanted to explain this. I just wanted to show that speaking, listening, reading, writing, all of these sections are not difficult. And there is only one question that appears to be the case for many students. And this is what I'm going to explain now. At the end of this course, I would like to talk about registering for IELTS and choosing IELTS on computer or IELTS on paper. Some general recommendations for you. Here I won't provide a study plan because the study plan is in our other course, so you can use it if you want. But here I would like to talk about IELTS on computer and IELTS on paper. First of all, registering for IELTS is easy. Just go to idp.com or britishcouncil.org, and because there are 2 test centers in every country, British Council centers and IDP centers, and it's up to you to decide which center to choose. Both of them are supported and accredited by Cambridge. Okay, Cambridge gives you many opportunities, and one of them is IELTS on paper and computer. Which one to choose? IELTS on paper is a traditional one, and you go to the exam hall. It generally happens on Thursdays and Saturdays in the morning at 9, and rarely in few countries it may happen in the, let's say, in the afternoon time, and rarely in the evening, but normally it's at 9 a.m. and you have the written part, and the speaking part is either on the same day or within 3-5 days before or after the exam, and you get your answers within 13 days. After 13 days they are released on the official website after 13 days. So if you take an exam on 10 of July, you on 10 July you will get them on 23rd of July. So it's up to you to decide whether to take a paper format or not. In computer, in IELTS on computer, it is better. You can have any session at any time, so you can have morning, afternoon, and evening sessions normally in many countries, and there are opportunities to take an exam from Monday to Sunday even. So yeah, Sunday sessions are also possible. Especially for those who are working full time and find it difficult to take exams on Saturdays or Thursdays. There are Sunday options or evening options after 6 p.m. Now about choosing IELTS on computer or IELTS on paper. If you write tests, if you prepare listening and reading by using computers, laptops, tablets, and if you write your essays in Word or notes, let's say in the notes part, type. If your typing speed is good, choose IELTS on computer. If you practice listening, reading in books, and if your handwriting is good and you write fast, you can, I mean, not perfect, but it can be read. Your handwriting is legible, it can be read. Then choose the paper one. But if you hurry, if you're in a hurry, if you need to take this test urgently, IELTS on computer is better because the results are released within 2 to 5 days. And normally in IDP in 2, 3, 4 days. In the if you take it with a British Council, it's around 3 to 5 days. So both are fine. Just if you take it fast, you can take it. If you need it fast, you can take it with a computer. But remember, computer delivered IELTS is not comfortable for those who write on paper, who make notes on paper, and so on. Okay. I also recommend that you look at sample questions for reading and listening. So, and you can computer delivered IELTS practice test. So Google it. So practice for IELTS on computer, for example, on the British Council website and IDP website, there are perfect videos. For example, for listening, you can select this. And the difference between IELTS on paper and IELTS on computer is that on paper you have an answer sheet where you transfer your answers from the question booklet to the answer sheet. IELTS on computer doesn't require any transformation because you directly write it to the booklet and it is saved in your booklet, both listening and reading. In writing, it is perfect because you can see the number of words. By the way, we will have a separate video for IELTS on computer and IELTS on paper. But you can also test yourself by using these websites, IDP and British Council websites. Just type computer delivered practice tests using Google and be acquainted with the format. Thank you for watching this course. I believe that it was very useful and helpful for you. Enjoy and good luck. I hope that you'll write some positive comments to support me in preparing and during the preparation of the second course for IELTS. It will be more interesting, I believe, because it will be dedicated to grammar and vocabulary for IELTS. And finally, let me show you some computer delivered IELTS and paper-based IELTS tricks. So, on the British Council website, you can see sections with different question types for paper and computer IELTS. And let me show you some points for listening. So for example, by the way, here you can see instructions, and here you can see voice. Okay, so we start a test, and you can see timer on the top, and when you look at it, you can see the exact number, exact time. Here at the end, you can see the number of questions that you haven't answered. As soon as you answered them, you see the question is underlined. If you are not sure, let's say the second question, you're not showing it, you click review and it turns.
Right, Judy, this week it's your turn to bring us up to date on your dissertation. So?
I've finished the basic research and...
Let me stop it now. So you listen and click. So you see on computer delivered IELTS, you don't need to have an answer sheet. Let me show you some questions about matching, and you see how you can drag and drop. Dragging and dropping is also important for IELTS Cambridge. Let me show it. Yeah, you see, for example, again, timing, questions. Of course, here at the end, you will see all 40 questions, okay, on your exam. And while listening, you can hear, let's say, Mary Brown, let's say, she's responsible for money. Money, it's finance. So you click here and drag and drop here, okay? John Stevens, it's here, health, let's say for...
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all our staff on this summer's kids camp.
So, if you think that, oh no, Mary Brown isn't for finance, it's for food, you can click on food here, and food will replace finance, okay? So don't be afraid, it's super easy. Let me show you something for reading. It is also important. Let me show you true false not given questions. Yeah, they are a bit different in paper and computer. So let me show them to you as well. And matching headings. So you can see here on the left side, you'll see the passage, and on the right side, you'll see statements. And while clicking on each statement, you will see true, false, or not given options. Let's say for this you choose true. Let's say for this false. For this not given. So you see all questions are underlined. You are not sure in the third question. Let's say you click on review for the third question. By the way, you can highlight. Let's say highlight. You can add notes. Okay. For example, you want to add a note here and write question 3. Say. Okay, so that's your note. You see, click on it and you will see your note. Okay, well, and for matching headings, you should also see this. So you see here before each heading, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 refers to this part. Okay, for this part we have already chosen dramatic effects. For this for the next one, the second one, we choose here. Let's say for the second we choose lack of investment. Okay, we drag and drop. Okay, all options are here. Okay, for let's say for 3 we choose the impact of driver behavior. Drag and drop here. If we decide, oh no, it's about math experiment, we click on this one and change. Okay, it is super easy. Don't worry. In reading, you also have time. You see, time is shown for you. While considering the paper-based option, you can see it like exactly as it is on Cambridge books. Okay, Cambridge books are very well representatives of exam papers, and on Cambridge you will see like this. Okay, you will have a booklet, and one by one sections will appear. Page 1 will be the general information, page 2 will be part 1, then page 3 will be part 2, part 3, and part 4. The same will be with the reading test. Okay, then it will come the separate booklet, question booklet for reading, and you will answer them correctly, hopefully correctly. And the paper, but in IELTS on computer you don't have an answer sheet, but for IELTS on paper you have an answer sheet, and this is for listening. So you see here you write your candidate name, your candidate number here, the testing number. It is informed by the testing center. So you write the test date, is very important. And there are some additional marks that aren't for you. So you see 40 questions, and here you write your answers. There are some points that I have already mentioned for reading and listening. Let's say about dates, but let me again talk about them after I stop talking about recordings. In the reading section, you also see, let's say, candidate information. Also, there is sometimes the gender information, like female or male, but now it's not given, to be honest. In the past, it was given, again, the test date. And here you choose the module, because for listening, for academic and general training students, the module is the same, but for reading, more question types are different. So you need to click on your module. Of course, if you're an academic student, you click academic. If you prepare for general training, you click here. Okay. Well, and here you can see your answers. You write here your answers, and let me point out some important aspects for your answer sheets. Regarding dates, as I said, you can write 27 July, or you can write 27/08, 27. You can use dots. You can use any item like dot, slash, and anything you want. Okay. You can write July 27. Sorry, my apologies. And if you write, let's say, currency, let's say $15.96, 15.96. If you are asked to write, let's say, the group of people from 5 to 12, 5-12, you can write like this, or 5 to 12, if it allows the usage of numbers. Okay. For the date of birth, you write 27 and 96, let's say. It's one word, the date is one word, or you can write 27 August. Okay. For reading, you need to be careful, not to confuse yes not given and true was not given, but even if you're confused, it's okay as well. They won't consider it as minus if you write true instead of yes, or yes instead of true. You can write, let's say, true, or you can write ta. Just make sure your TF don't look the same, okay? Well, and there is nothing specific, just with matching headings. For example, you write the answer to. Headings are written like Indian or Ram numbers, so you write like this, okay? Or 1-5, like this, okay? Don't write like 2. Okay, write like this. It's better. Of course, I don't say that if you write like this, they will consider it as a mistake. No, but everything may happen. So secure yourself from mistakes. Okay. So these are the main tips that I wanted to talk about for listening and reading. For writing, for task 1 and task 2, you will have such paper. For writing, it will be white. Task 1 will be white. For task 2, it's general like a sand color, so you don't confuse task 1 and task 2 papers. Be careful with them. Always pay attention that it is task 1 or task 2 paper, okay? Choose your module, your name, your center number, it is set. Your candidate number is informed during your exam date, and make sure to bring an ID copy with you during the written exam and the spoken exam, okay? And test date is written here. Unfortunately, in your IELTS, you are not able to count words in your paper base, but in computer delivered IELTS, at the end, you can see the number. I will now show it to you. Let me show you how it works. So, till it opens, let me show it to you. So the lines. So if you need extra paper, you just raise your hand and ask extra paper, but make sure you finish this one, okay, because they are not allowed to give much. And you see writing task 2 paper here, it is the same color, but on the exam they generally provide different colors, white and yellow papers, okay. So but on computer delivered IELTS you can see instructions. Okay, start. So here you can see part 1, you see 60 minutes, timer is here, and you can see here task 1, but normal they are 1 and 2. You click on 2, it's task 2, okay. And word count, you see it's automatic. Let's say the bar chart shows, see, word count 4. It is super comfortable. But if you still decide to take the IELTS on paper, you can approximately know how many words you write for one line. For example, I myself write around 8 words in one line. So if I calculate the number of lines and see that there are 26 lines, and on average there are 8 words, so 26 multiplied by 8 will be around 208 words. So I need to cut my words because I said that for writing task 1 it is better to write 170 words, and for write task 2 it is perfect to write 250 to 280 words. But if you write more words than 280 in writing task 2, it's not a problem. But if you write more than 170 180 words, it means that you are over detailed and provided all details, even unnecessary ones, so it may influence your score. So try not to be very long in writing task 1, okay. That is it for instructions regarding the exam. And now let's turn to resources. It's also very important. Well, and now we're reaching the final part of our discussion. It's about books that you need to use. Well, traditionally, Cambridge books 6 to 17 and whatever comes after. 6, 7, 8 aren't perfect books. They are very outdated ones, but still you can use them for the very beginning, for the warm-up, let's say. Cambridge Guide to IELTS is also good. There's a bunch of exercises for developing your listening reading skills, for writing preparation and so on, and at the end there are 8 practice tests for listening and reading. For academic students, 8 reading tests. For general training, unfortunately there's only 1 test, but it's still worth being done. Oxford Living Grammar for grammar is perfect. It's upper intermediate and advanced grammar books. You can focus only on one of them if you want. Also, there's a very good book, Common Mistakes in IELTS Intermediate and Common Mistakes in IELTS Advanced. You can find them on the internet. They are also good to practice your common mistakes in grammar and so on. For vocabulary, I would say you can use Oxford's Word Skills. It's a pocket dictionary, something like this. And Cambridge Vocabulary for IELTS, Cambridge Vocabulary for IELTS Advanced. A very good book with good exercises, and it can help you develop your vocabulary skills. But for idioms, it is good to practice speaking and get some common idioms, let's say 30-40 idioms from the idiom vocabulary. There are a number of idiom vocabularies on the internet, but remember, try to use only one way of developing your idiomatic vocabulary, like American idioms or British idioms, okay? Make sure you follow one. Reading articles in general, so I can recommend reading National Geographic, Science Daily, The Economist, BBC History, whatever you like. Maybe you like some fashion journals or football journals, you can read them as well. Just remember, National Geographic has a subscription mode, so you'll have to pay for it, but it's good. It's good. If you don't want to pay, you can use the remaining ones. For podcasts, you can watch your favorite TV series or movies, but better is to watch one accent, so American accent, American TV series or movies, or British. BBC podcasts, you can watch them for listening, for developing your listening skills, and for, of course, for stress, pauses, and so on. And British Council podcasts, it's also perfect. It's also perfect for your listening and speaking skills, okay? You can also listen to different podcasts on iOS and Android apps. They are also effective. Just try to create a habit in this. And if you have this habit of listening to something for at least 30 minutes a day, except for the listening test, it will be perfect. And if you plan to take IELTS in 2 months, around 2 months, it's good to spend 2 to 3 hours at least a day, and at least have one day off during this week when you'll have to rest and just watch TV series or read a book using, let's say, read an English book, or read some interesting articles in English, but do nothing about IELTS. Okay, just your brain needs to rest. Okay, you don't need to do everything every single day without a pause. Okay, and forget exam stress. There are many alternatives to IELTS, so you don't need to be afraid of IELTS. IELTS is not scary. We also have a course. If you want to join our course, please let us know. Thank you very much for watching our course. Good luck. And now we're turning to general training IELTS, because you know that academic IELTS students have charts, and academic IELTS students are provided with many videos, but general training IELTS students have some letters to write, and there are different categories of letters, and among them there may be complaint letter, support letters, letters of inquiry, inquiring information, letters of request, when you request some information, different letters of suggestion, thank you letters to your friends. And for each of this letter, you have its own vocabulary. We will not go very deeply into each letter type, but we'll generally discuss the main points of letters. First of all, you need to know that letters are formal, semi-formal, and informal. Formal letters are the ones that are written to a person that you don't know at all. For example, if you write to the agency or to the governmental authority, you don't know to whom you're writing, and it's quite normal that you write like dear sir, madam, and the ending of your letter is faithfully yours, yours faithfully. If your letter is to a person whom you know but not very well, like your friend, the letter style is general semi-formal. You start with dear and end your letter with yours sincerely or best regards. But if your letter is to your friend, you start your letter again with dear and the name of this person. Let's say dear Bob, and end your letter with love. Okay, love, hugs, something like this, something close to a person. When you write a letter to a person whom you know but he or she is not your friend, you write like this: dear Mr. Robinson, dear Sarah Jackson, for example, dear Miss Jackson. And the ending is yours sincerely, yours. You can write best regards. And the style is semi-formal, so you don't write in a very formal style, but you still don't use a very informal very informal points, very informal words and vocabulary. Okay, IELTS letters always give you the instruction. So first of all, they explain you some situation. You have had a problem with your next door neighbor. You haven't been able to speak to your neighbor about this. Write a letter to this neighbor. In your letter, explain the problem, suggest a solution, say what action you will take if the situation doesn't improve, and start your letter as follows: dear. So as we see, we are talking about neighbor, so it's not a person whom we know very well, and you haven't been able to speak to him. So the style is semi-formal. It is clearly indicated here, dear. So it's not it is not very formal, and you know this person. So you started with dear and end your letter like yours sincerely or best regards, okay? And you see 3 bullet points, each of which you need to cover in one separate paragraph, okay? So normally letters have this structure. So you first say hi, like dear sir, madam, then the introduction statement, and then in each paragraph you cover each bullet point. By the way, your introduction or the greeting statement may be together with the first bullet point in this letter, so you can merge them into one paragraph. So you see you have recently bought a camera, and however it has some problems. Write a letter to a shop. In your letter, introduce yourself, tell what the problem is, explain what actions you want them to do. So you don't know to whom you're writing, and it's written to start your letter with dear sir, madam. Okay, great. You started with dear sir, madam, and then you introduce yourself. My name is Jack Robertson, for example, and I am writing to reach you out, or I'm writing to you regarding and the camera name, where I bought it, on which date, the purchase number you can add, or the check number, for example, problem while using this device. And now you turn to the second bullet point where you describe your problems, because a problem, but I said a number of problems or difficulties, hurdles. One of them was the presence of some surface scratches on the lens. Honestly, the scratches don't affect the overall picture quality of photo. Nevertheless, I'm worried that this small scratch will become worse and I'll be forced to replace the lens. Another problem is about my user manual. And so for amateur photographer, in fact, I couldn't find any book with the exception of small booklet, including okay, and explain what actions you want them to do. In order to resolve, I would like to replace this product and that doesn't have any technical defects, with product, and includes a detailed user manual with all necessary clarifications. So okay, and then you say, I look forward to a quick or swift response or swift resolution of this problem. Yours faithfully, Al-Halif, for example. Okay. Generally for these letters, we're complaining, and here it is important to show your knowledge of complaint. So I'm writing to complain about, I'm writing to express my complaint, express my dissatisfaction, okay? So some letters like complaint, letters of inquiry, they are generally formal or semi-formal. You can hardly write a complaint letter to your friend because you complain about services, items, or you inquire information from agencies, governmental authorities. So I don't believe you inquire information from your friends, with the exception of some cases when your friend wants to invite you to some party or some venue and you request some additional information about it. But in complaint letters, you generally complain, and this is not your friend. And don't require if the problem is not serious. So yeah, of course, if you mention about small scratch, you don't need to request a refund, or you can replace the item. Complaint letters are based on problem solution vocabularies. You can also add your objection, your refund knowledge, vocabulary, and it's important to provide details about your complaint, why you complain about what, and explain that you try to solve the issue. It's very important. So while writing this letter, you need to approach it in a very logical way, okay? It is very important. While showing the ending of the letter, you can write like this: I look forward to your swift response, to quick resolution. I look forward to receiving your explanation. I look or to receiving a replacement, exchange, quick reply, soft reply, and so on. Okay, this is a general approach to your item. But let's see the case when we are not talking about, let's say, we're invitation, or we're inviting or arranging something. Well, in this case, so by the way, this is the general structure of letters. Dear plus name, full name, depending on the letter style. The opening paragraph, I mean the introduction, the greeting paragraph, and the bullet point 1 that you can add. Then bullet point 2 plus details, and bullet point 3 details, closing paragraph like this one, the end, and then ending, best wishes, yours sincerely, hugs, and so on. Okay, so let's analyze this case. You're organizing a birthday party of your sister and invite your boss. In your letter, say why you invite him or her to a party, give information about the place, and then ask him to bring something special. Tell you as well, steer. So it's your boss, it's not your neighbor, and you can start, dear Mr. Ahmadov. If you are close to your boss, dear John, you can write dear John, because in the USA and Canada, people call their bosses using their names, and generally we use Mr. and Mrs. At school or university. At university, we generally use professor. I would be pleased if you could find time to celebrate my sister's birthday on this date. If you remember, as Mary was your employee, you need to explain why you want to see him or her at this birthday party. Okay, let's replace with Napoli. Okay, you see, we're writing the introduction statement, and then first add our additional point, why we're inviting. In the second point, we're discussing give information about the place and time. You see, we're trying to be as specific as possible. Book a room. Actually, it was Neapel. If we write about the city, it's Napoli. It's okay, Neapel, it doesn't matter. The case is the name of the restaurant, not the name of the city. It's near the main tower, direct next to the newly opened shopping mall. See the events done, and it would be great if you reach by this time. It's about to be by 11 p.m. So it's good to mention how much it lasts. Because I will be unwilling to wait for a new rock band which performs at midnight. So could you please bring gifts in the yellow? This because we're going to organize a yellow party, and the room the kind of gifts will be colored, which is her favorite color. Favorite color because it's a British spelling. You can change it to American without oo here and oo here. I truly believe, you see, it's written in a semi-formal way, and the difference between formal and semi-formal way of writing is this. If you write in a formal way, let's say we're writing like this. I would kindly ask you to bring, or could you please bring. It is a formal way of writing, but if you want to say in a formal way, can you please get, for example, or take something with you? Because we are writing in an informal way, and you need to be ready to not to use, let's say, very formal verbs like receive, for example, formal words. Let's say, prepare the presentation, conduct meetings. No, we had a meeting. We want to see you, for example. Using phrasal verbs, using some specific expression like wine and dine, let's say, chill out, let's say, take out, for example, get your wrapping, let's say, and using get is a great way to show that your letter is informal. But if you're writing something that is very formal, of course you need to use strong vocabulary, formal vocabulary. Like, you cannot say, can you get I want to get a refund. No, I would like to receive a refund for this service. I hope that I will get the amount paid by me back, for example, or I get back my money, for example. It's more informal, okay? And chit and chat with you. I want to meet. I want to meet and chit and chat with you, okay? And in the most important part in informal letters is that here in the introduction statement, while writing, you don't need to use I. Blah, blah, blah. How are you and Jack? Let's say, how are you? Long time no see, for example. Okay, something like this, showing that you miss this person. I miss you so much. How are you and your mom, for example? Okay, so you're writing to your friend. Don't forget about it. You can't write, I'm writing this letter to invite you to my party. No. For example, in your if you write to your friend, let's say, dear Tamara, how are you? Long time no see, for example. How's Jack? I miss you guys so much, for example. I'd like to, and use contractions, use, and don't forget to use exclamation marks, for example. You see, I miss you guys so much. I'd like to invite you. I'd like to see you in my grad party, for example, on next Sunday. When we're writing to our friends, we don't mention dates generally, right? So, and if you remember, I completed my college, or I graduated last year. I graduated a month ago, or a month ago I finally finished my studies, something like this. And now I've decided to celebrate my party with my friends and neighbors and something like this, and it won't be that good without you. Okay, so try to be informal as much as possible. Try to use phrasal verbs, idiomatic expressions, and so on. Okay, guys, it's very important. And see the comparison. If you're inviting your boss, the style is different. Please, if you could find time on the 20th anniversary, so you generally show some formality because it's your boss. Of course, you don't need to use very strong vocabulary like I would like to send my invitation card, present my invitation card to. No need to this. You need to use both formal and informal vocabulary, but don't forget, this is your boss. This is not your friend or close relative, okay? So please keep this formality at the middle level. Okay, and while ending the letter, here you see I've written best wishes or best regards. But when it's your friend, you end your letter like this: love, hugs, love you so much, or yours, comma, Ali. Okay, make sure to write not your name and surname here at the end. It's very important. Okay, these are main points regarding letters, and let me add some additional information regarding letters. So when you write arrangement letters, it's very important to mention reasons, what type of invitation it is, place and time, what is required from a guest or guests, requiring guests to respond, let's say within 2 days, within 3 days, respond to the invitation, whether he or she will come, and dressing style, should they dress using formal clothes or let's say casual business, I don't know, whatever you want. Okay. You also need to remember one thing. You see, this letter is to inform you about and how your friend. Would you like to come with us? Do you fancy going? Do you want to? Do you wanna? I wanna ask you. I want to come with you. Are you busy on? I want to go to with you. I was wondering if you fancy going to. I'm going to. Would you like to join me? Okay. But for formal vocabulary, it will be. I would be pleased if you could participate in, take part in, join us. I'd like to invite you to your, okay? For place and time, for example, the party will start, commence at, and finish by. We're going to meet at and spend 2 hours in the club, but informal. How does 7 p.m. sound? 7 p.m. would be good, great for me. Does 7 p.m. work for you? Does 7 p.m. in front of the subway metro station work for you? Providing alternatives, and dressing, so they are all important. Okay, well, for letters it is very important to follow the style, because if you don't follow the style, your task response will decrease. Generally, letters are also assessed according 4 criteria and task achievement, task response. It is how well you address the topic and follow the style. Okay, let me write it here. So task achievement, it's how well you address the letter, how well you cover the topic. Coherence, cohesion, the same as in writing task 2. So you need to remember that the letter should be structured. It should have a clear and neat structure. So you see, each bullet point is written in each paragraph. There is a clear introduction statement, conclusion, or closing statement, and make sure that you follow vocabulary and grammar points, because grammar is important, of course, grammatical styles, using a mixture of simple and complex grammatical sentences. For example, you can use, could you please bring a gift in a yellow wrapping? There's a simple sentence, it's enough, but you need to use complex sentences as well. Let's say with participle clauses, with if conditionals, with relative clauses, gerund sentences, and so on. Okay, and vocabulary, which is very important. So the style of your letter and vocabulary influence not only task achievement but also vocabulary. Okay, if you write in an informal way, informal letters, you can lose your vocabulary score. And remember what I said about calculation, the score calculation. If you don't remember, watch writing task 2 part. In this part, I very clearly and neatly explain how a writing task is assessed. And of course, task 1 is not very important, as important as task 2, but it is still 1/3 of your score. So try to master this. Thank you for watching this part as well, and enjoy it.